Aquí se empieza puntual, ¿no? No es como... Te voy a esperar a las 9 en punto. Ya. Isa, tienes audio puesto. Está bien eso. Good morning to everybody. Thanks to be here. My name is Patricia Orillo. I'm the founder and the project manager of Wikiesfera, a user group, a feminist user group based in Spain, in Madrid. And I will talk about what happened between the year 2015, in which I created this group, and almost 10 years later now, where we are. This picture was taken a lot of years ago in this this group that I created in Media Lab Prado, a cultural center in Madrid, where I was creating this group because I wanted to help people to enter in the world of Wikipedia, and because I was making a research and trying to understand why people didn't didn't edit in Wikipedia. And I realized there was a couple of problems. The first one was very obvious, that many people didn't know about the tool, how to edit, how to enter, how to enter content. And then I realized that there was another problem that I really didn't know about. There was a lot of people that didn't feel they could participate in this movement, and there was even this woman that told me this sentence that I repeat a lot of times because I think it's very significant. It's like, ¿cómo era? Sorry. Me quedo en blanco. Que no, ahora mismo no me sale. No. Well, she didn't feel like she could enter information about history because she thought that only experts people could do it. So she wasn't like very afraid that she couldn't do anything, put anything about their knowledge in this tool. So what happened is that I realized that I should offer a space to these people to change this idea that you only have to be an expert to participate in Wikipedia. So between this picture and the next picture, that is this year, and the group has grown up, and we are a very different project now. I'm going to talk about three different parts that I think they are important to create this Wikiesfera formula that I think is interesting because we have created this strong community of women, and we are having a very good time together editing Wikipedia. So what I think is important is to create this feminist, safe, and open space. In general, women, we are with a lot of things to do, and if you tell that these women they have to come to a place every single day, every single week, every single month, they have to make this commitment with a project, with an activity, with a workshop, you are putting a lot of pressure in them. So I realized that it was better to have this space open for anyone, but you don't have to commit to every single meeting we have. You can come wherever you want, wherever you can, the time you can, the time you want. And I also try to change this idea that the academy is the way, or the academic style is that you have to translate, to teach others about the knowledge in an academic way. So I changed that because I wanted these people learn together what we had to do when we entered in Wikipedia. I think that's important because in general, women, we think that maybe we are not close to technology or something like that, and maybe because we have parents or brothers that they make us feel like we are useless in this world of technology. So I wanted what happens if we go together and we face together the problems we find in editing Wikipedia? Then maybe we realize that we are very able to do anything we want editing Wikipedia. Also, I think it's very important to have these in-person meetings because when you want to create a community, you need to feel the things we are doing with other persons, and having a space where we can share things in person meetings. But also having the virtual meetings after the pandemic year, I think it's also important to offer that space to other people that maybe they cannot go to the in-person meetings, but they can connect sometimes to the virtual meetings. And also, we have this space that is open, and we try to decide the things we do in an horizontal way, trying to break also the thing that maybe I'm the project manager because I have this title, but we all are going to talk about, and we are decide if we want to go this way or that way. And the very important thing I put in the last point is with threads. In Spanish, we call it chuches. And this is very important because this is not only candies and chocolate, it's what it represented. It represents taking care of each other, making a space comfortable for and fun. And we meet every single Monday. Sometimes some of the people is new. So some of the people is the people that is more habitual of the group. But we try to have all these treats in all our meetings because it's something when we meet that we are doing it for having fun. We are editing, but it's not the end. The editing, to be together is the process, and to have fun with each other, and then we edit. The second step is also engaging events to attract editors. Instead of having editathons to create content as an object and as a goal, what I realized is also that when you have people together in a room and they don't work together, you are, you are not using this time to make a connection between people. So it's important that people that don't know anything about Wikipedia can come to an event and don't have to take notes and don't have to this idea that you have to learn everything now if you want to edit. If you don't know everything about it, you are not going to be able to publish. So I wanted to change that. I wanted to change that in a way that everybody could come and everybody could publish. Because what I say is like, don't worry about what you don't know, and follow what we are doing together. We are going to publish all together, and you are going to have this experience. If you enjoy the experience, the process, and you see, it's fun, I like it, I like this documentation job, we invite you to the in-person events, the weekly events, because maybe you can learn, but in your own time. You don't need to pressure yourself to learn everything in order to publish. Also important for us, there is in these activities is not a competition. So it's important because if we feel like we have to publish more articles in order to, for example, gain a prize, it's something that is not nice. I mean, we are doing this together because we enjoy editing and we have this goal to be civilized women or minorities. That's great. We don't need to compete each other. So what we do is to give a book related to the theme we are doing in this editatona, and the book is a present. I mean, it's a way to take care of the people and say that it's wonderful to have you here, even though you don't have anything before about this theme. It doesn't matter. You are going to create a content because we are going to be with you creating it. You are going to publish, and you are going to have the experience. Later, if you don't like it, don't worry. The article is already in Wikipedia, and you have contributed visibilizing this woman. Also important, threads. We need churches. We need churches in all of events. The third part, a structure to foster autonomy. I was I didn't know how to do that. When I created in 2015 Wikiesfera, I didn't know and didn't think about it. But at the end of the day, you are going to have a core team. Maybe the core team is 2 people. And then you are going to have people that it comes and goes. And it's normal, and you don't have to feel that that is a failure. That's a very, very important success, because it's normal that in a movement like this, that is so open, there are people that come and goes, and it's okay. But also it's important to create the user group, for example, because that's going to allow you to access to different kind of resources, not only money, but, for example, to participate in an events like this. We also have created this Consejo de Sabias, like, I don't know, Council of Wisdom Women, and it's our tool of governance. And I think it's something that is not very common, and I feel very comfortable with this not so common structure to governance. We are all together, we speak to each other, we share what we are doing and what we have done in the past, and we decide together the future steps. And very important, I think this model is replicable. We have created a model that I think is like a fork. When you talk about software, fork is a way like you take something that maybe is the core of this project, and you create another project but has something in common, but you personalize, you make it in your own context with your own characteristics, and that's kind of what I think have happened. For example, with threads is because everything is with threads. This fork, for example, I'm going to put you this example. Wikiragon. Wikiragon is a project. It's in Aragon. That this is a community that is very close to Madrid. And I was invited in 2020, in December, to organize an editatona. And 2 people in this group, John and Anna, they fell in love with the project and the idea to meet with other women and create profiles and biographies and content about women in Wikipedia, women from their own land, their Aragon region. So they have created this space, and they have their own rules, their own schedules. They meet once in a month in person, but they have a Telegram group to coordinate, and they have taken this idea that we learn, and we learn with the others. So it's not, we need somebody to teach us. It's like we are learning together, and we are growing up together. And the other thing about these 3 points we have seen, the consequence, apart from this, I don't know, like new projects that have born with this idea that Wikiesfera we have, is the projection that the project has had. And I'm going to share you this picture, that because I'm very proud that we have been able to. Thank you. I don't know, I feel like it's a recognition for an international newspaper to do that with our project. And I don't know, remember, but the picture is in the same. I mean, the photograph was there, and the picture here is the photograph of picture, and the first one was mine. And if you want to read the article, is in that QR. And I want to finish because I want to share this presentation with another colleagues and friends, and because they are this other fork that I think, thanks to Wikiesfera, has born in 2019. So I'm going to introduce you to Flavia Doria and Ana Braganza, Wiki-editoras elects. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think the space that Wikiesfera and Patricia has created for us today is a reflection on all the generosity that she has shared with us along these years. And it's a good example of how communities can thrive through this flow of love, actually. And our group, Wikieditoras LX, was born in 2019, precisely through an editathon that was organized by Tila Capeletto, that I know some of you know here. We are very thankful to her. And Tila, she had edited with Patricia in Madrid in 2015. And when she moved to Portugal and she was looking for a community, she decided, okay, I want to have what I saw Wikiesfera is doing in Madrid, but here in Lisbon. And that's when she decided to organize an editathon. And I happened to be there and also looking for a community. And I joined this editathon that she organized during the Feminist festival in Lisbon 2019, that she also invited Patricia to come, and to facilitate the event. And I also fell in love. I mean, it was a flux of people falling in love through Wikipedia. And I got very emotional just before hearing you talk, because I remember coming to you during this editathon. It's going to be like an emotional moment now. And saying that I really loved when I published, you know, this magical moment when you publish for the first time. And you told me, oh, I can see you have potential. And, you know, here we are 5 years later. And, yeah, so, you know, I feel that the most important of this passage of knowledge was how much time we gained through this. We didn't go through the same mistakes Patricia had been, Wikiesfera had been, and we were able to grow much faster. We are now on the second year of our general support fund, and we are reaching institutions, more community, growing more and more, and that's really important for us. So thank you so much for tracing the path for us before. And with this emotion, I forgot, so I'm going to, what I had to say more. So I'm going to pass to Flavia.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Patricia. This is very generous. As Anna was saying, we feel that we were a little bit ahead of the other user groups that are being built from scratch. And because this formula that she presented, we always felt like we had this mentality of fostering other communities. Because when someone is so generous to you, you want to pass this generosity around. And we feel the same way. We feel that anything we can do in this community to help other communities to grow faster, not committing the same mistakes, we feel that we want to help them in the same way. And we had also a story because we had an editor. Their name is Pamina. They are from Luanda, but they are, Luanda, Angola, and they are often in Portugal. And they are a close friend from Anna. They edit with us, and there was a moment when they go back to Angola, and they were so, we're here talking about how Wikipedia is so important for us because everything that we're saying, it's not contributing to a project. This is not about having a hobby. For us, this is about creating safe space for women from non-binary people. We're talking about building community. People have this necessity of community. And, this is contagious. And Pamina felt that way, and they want to create the same thing in Angola. Also because they are a social, how can I say that? A movement leader in their community. So Pamina wanted to do the same in Luanda. And this is amazing for us because I think it's important to say that Wiki Editores LX, we happen to be the first the third user group in the whole community, and Portuguese is a very large community. And we are the first one focused on gender. So we truly believe in the importance of our work. And now Pamina is starting this, that I hope to be the next generation and the next group in the Portuguese-speaking community in Luanda. And what we decided to do is to put that in our plan, because we have a strategic plan, because we are funded. So we decided to put the support in a way that is sustainable for all of us, and we can help them and try to do what Patricia did for us. And we don't know about the future, but they are very engaged. Yesterday, one of the people from this community were texting Anna and asking for help about editing. So for us is being available to them. That's the key point, being available to give all the support that we have. Of course, we are learning a lot yet about documentation, to build a structure from our work in a way that it's easier to pass on. We've been thinking a lot about education. We've been thinking a lot about how can we, help each other with other user groups and other communities. And there's so much time. Also, I think it's important to say a lot of things that Patricia helped us. It seems so simple in bullet points, but there's a lot of knowledge that it's very strategic, and it's not just about funding or how to edit or how to build community, but also, how to make this work fast, or, for example, how to make this work very focused in our mission. We have this same mission, and I think it's a mission to fill the gaps in Wikipedia or in the Wikimedia movement, but also to build a community that make women closer to technology, because Patricia was talking about all these challenges that we face. This is a historical problem. And, there's a lot to say about our work. But I don't know if Anna wants to add something.
Maybe just to say what's happening in this picture. It was last year, Wiki Luanda applied for the first rapid grant to do a very seminal workshop on trying to reach out to people. They're saying, there's this thing called Wikipedia, you can contribute to it. So they had this 2-day workshop, and on the first day, us and Black Lunch Table shared our experience creating community and working with wiki projects. And then the second day, they had this editathon, and you see, we were just projected on that wall and, talking to an in-person group. So this also challenged us to find ways to overcome our obstacles in order to support communities that are happening wherever, and it has been a good challenge also to support this group, because we as a group that also we are based in Portugal. I'm Portuguese, but Flávia is Brazilian, and we believe in also a very decolonial approach to the work we do. And so having this, because for the ones who don't know the Lusophone community, it's very centered in this, binomial, Portugal, Brazil. And so we believe that it's very important to decentralize or to create another node on this equation. So that's why also it's important for us to give this support to this community. Are we finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. Here are our contacts. If you want to know more, follow us.
Check alguém tiver alguma pergunta, né, Patrícia?
Questions?
Somebody have questions, I can give mic.
Well, this is not a question. I belong to the Wikiesfera group. I started on February 2023 in a virtual space because I do not live in Madrid. I live in Galicia, in the northwest of Spain. And I've been working with Wikiesfera in a virtual way. And, well, the feelings, even I'm not in person, I don't have treats. They didn't send treats to Vigo. But from the very first moment, I felt very welcomed. And they explained everything about how to start editing. I didn't know anything about it. And, well, this autumn, I will start a new work group in Vigo, in my city. Thanks to the...
This is the official announcement.
Yeah, thanks to Wikiesfera group. And, well, what can I say? I'm thrilled to be here in this Wikimania. It's my first, of course. And, well, all the Wikiesfera team is marvelous. I'm having such a good time that now I want to be able to transfer all this knowledge and all these feelings and to the new group in Vigo. So thank you very much, Patricia, but also my companions here. It just was great to have you here.
Thank you, Isabella.
Thank you. We're very impressed with what you managed to do there. So I was just talking to my German colleague. How do you manage to be so attractive for such a large number of young women? Where did you find all those people? I mean, of course, charisma, but it can't be all. What's your secret?
Chuches.
We don't know.
No, I
don't
think.
know beforehand.
Yeah, I know. I think maybe it can sound like very silly, but the fact that you are in a place, in a public space, because it was at a cultural center when I started, every single Monday from 6 to 9, open to anybody, and to establish that as a place where you can go wherever you want, and also created these editatonas, like thematic editatonas, to visibilize women. And we also invite, for example, an expert, a woman expert in that theme, and usually people come because it's interested in the theme, and then they know this, the project, the user group, and maybe they join to the weekly meets, and that's the way it was happening. But at the beginning was not. I wasn't trying to create this space. It's something that happened because we were there all together. Thank you. Thank you.
Patrícia, graças.
Another session.
Lembrei-me isso hoje à noite.
It's fantastic. So let's go ahead and get started. Welcome, everyone. There's a lot of people here. That's so nice. We will start with introductions, and then we will move into the agenda and a little bit of talking and then conversation. This session is the Future of Wikimania discussion session. So again, we will talk a little bit about the background of the conference, the next coming years, updates from the steering committee, and then questions. So let's, I think, start with introductions. Come in. Welcome. There's a few, no more seats. There's a couple of seats here. Yeah, great. There's a couple here. Yeah, there's a couple here. Make yourselves comfortable. So can I ask, because there's a lot of people in this room, maybe the members of the steering committee, can we all wave? Yep. And then we'll just say our names really quickly, stand and say your names. So I am Phoebe. Yeah, there's a mic. Perfect. So I am Phoebe on the steering committee.
I am Butch from COT of 2023.
I am Nangara from COT of 2020, 2021, and 2023. I'm crazy.
I am Florence from the steering committee.
Eric. Yeah, I'm Eric, also from the steering committee. And we're...
Oh. My name is Angie. I joined this year to the steering committee.
Hi, I'm Andrew Lee. I'm in the steering committee, helped with the online and in real Wikimanias. Anyone else?
Hi everyone, I am Yemen. I recently joined the steering committee and from COT 2021.
Okay, now this side.
Hello, Yolanda. I'm the chair of the steering committee and I organized Wikimania Esinolario. Giselle, maybe you want to introduce yourself and Mayur?
Hi, I'm Giselle Bordoy. I'm the facilitator of the Wikimania steering committee.
Hi, I'm Mayur, and I help the steering committee as well. Thank you.
And it's not here, but it's Lisa McCabe, that she is one of the best.
Very good. And I think we are missing Yvonne, who's on the steering committee. And Lodewijk, yeah. So we have two more members. So we are the group who works on Wikimania, overseeing Yvonne. Wave. I will talk about that a little bit, and then we will also introduce the people from our coming years who are in the room in a moment. Every Wikimania is unexpected. Every Wikimania brings its own challenges. This session is actually a tradition at Wikimania. We do this session every year, and I am curious, how many people have been to this session actually before? Yes, good, many of us. That's what I thought. How many people have, how many people is this your first Wikimania actually? Whoa! Okay. How many people are new in Poland? First time? Whoa! Okay. So every year, particularly for the first-time people, we do this session, and the point is to get some background and to also have conversation and discussion about the future of the conference. So I asked these two questions. I want you to think about this question. What is your favorite event that is not Wikimania? So if you go to a professional conference, a conference for your interests, a convention, just keep that question in the back of your mind. Do you know already? Wait, check.
I already know.
You already know.
I already know. For me, it's the CE meetings, of course. And it's like, I've heard that answered like this. Someone was given the question of what is a CE meeting for you? And they said, it's my mini Wikimania.
Oh, so good. Okay, so keep this question in your mind. I will ask it again later. We also have an Etherpad that is different from the one linked in the room that we planned this session in, and we can take notes there too. So I will put that up again also. Just some background, particularly for all you first-timers. This is the 19th Wikimania. We have been all around the world. You can see on the map here. And and there's been two of these were online, and the rest were in all the places you see. We have had Wikimania in many different venues, big cities, small cities, a mountain village. We have had Wikimanias in many different physical locations, like conference centers, hotels, youth hostels. So we've done lots of things over our history. And all of these Wikimanias are hosted by a local team. So when Butch and Nangara say that they were on last year's COT, they were the hosts for Singapore. Every Wikimania has a local team that it works with and is supported by the WMF. And is also supported by the Wikimania Steering Committee, which is the group that we are on. And that I am on, I should say. And the last couple of years, we've been doing this new thing, which is to have a regional team. So not just one chapter, one place, one group, but real collaboration among the area. So last year, it was a collaboration from ECAP, and this year, it's a collaboration from CEE, which is amazing. Looking ahead, we have exciting news, if you missed it, and we're going to talk about this perhaps more tonight, but we have chosen the locations for the next year and the year after that already. And at this point, whoever is here from these two teams, if you would like to introduce yourselves. So I know you're here, and I don't know if 25 is here, but go ahead. First, Anthony. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Antoni Mtavangu, and the COT member for COT lead actually for Wikimania 2025. In the room I have Michael as well.
Hello everyone. My name is Michael Mawa, and I'm a member of COT 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And
yeah. Hi everyone. Rémi from Wikimedia France and co-team member for Wikimedia 2026. And Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael, and Michael, and I'm part of the COT from 2026 for Paris.
And we can prop the door too, Jessica, if it's too hot. Yeah. And do either of you want to say a little bit about the next years? Is it a surprise? Will I spoil the closing? Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, so Wikimania 2025 will be happening in Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa. Yes, you can see a beautiful giraffe there. And maybe, Michael, do you want to tell us? Michael is from Kenya and I'm from Tanzania, a neighboring country. So, Michael, do you want to tell us a little bit about Nairobi? Maybe a little bit.
I know I don't want to preempt many things now. Yeah, it's going to be Nairobi. Though the picture you see over there is about the giraffe. Kenya is known for wildlife and all that. But there's a lot of surprise which will let you know perhaps tonight about the uniqueness of Nairobi and Kenya. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're all very excited. And
yeah, so we are so excited to welcome you in 2026 in Paris. Even if the event will be located in France, we really want to have a coordination with all the French-speaking world. So some members of our core team are coming from Cameroon, from Tunisia, from Morocco, and it is also the language diversity we want to promote during this Wikimania. And we also want Wikimania very integrated to the digital commons world with very strong connection with the general public. And so, yeah, we are still at the beginning, of course, of the organization. We still have time, but we are very, very exciting to organize this event. So, yeah, we hope we will have a great moment together.
Fantastic. Thank you both. And I will just say, for those of you who have been to this session before, this is new, right? That we have know where we're going to be further in advance than 1 year, which we're very excited about, and we hope to keep going with it to give the teams some longer time to plan and to work. We first talked to the East African team last year, before last year, actually, before Singapore. So we're hoping to bring people into the process sooner and get the process going sooner also. And I think I can speak for both teams to say there will be calls for help. There will be calls for volunteers for the program and for other aspects. And if you're local to the region, you can certainly join the local teams as well to help. And we will have so much more information soon about the events. So let me give you now, take a few moments and give you a few updates from the steering committee, and then we will go to discussions. So going even further ahead, like I said, we're trying to plan further in advance than we have the past 18 years. So the call for 2027 proposals will go out. I don't have a date, like we're all going to go home and sleep, right? But after that, in the next few months, we'll have a call for 2027 proposals. There's two things that we are very interested in, and when I say we, I mean the steering committee, the foundation, and really everyone thinking about organizing Wikimanias. One is a regional collaboration approach. So it's been very productive and cool to have these two regional collaborations, and we would really like to encourage further regional collaborations. And going forward, as these two teams just presented, we are thinking about regional collaborations and language collaborations even going forward. The next is we have to be online. We have to be hybrid. So what I mean by that is we are a big and global community, and not everyone who works on Wikimedia is in this room, obviously. So it's really important to have online participation, and I think we're all much better at it after the pandemic. So hopefully we can keep going with that. If anyone in this room is interested in proposing a location for a future Wikimania, and I don't know if you are, but if so, I will tell you. You don't need to tell us your exact location. You don't need to say, this is going to be in this conference center. You do and should tell us the the region and the team that will support that. And your vision, most importantly, your vision for the conference. Why in this area? Why your team? Why would it be important to bring Wikimania there? When we, as the steering committee, pick the location in collaboration with the WMF and the local teams, we think about things like visas. We think about practicalities. We think about participant safety. We think about, are there venue options? But we also think about things like the local community who's there to support the Wikimania, and also have we moved the location around the world? So we don't have a strong fixed rotation, like we go here this year, here that year, here next year. But this is a global movement. The conference should be accessible to everyone, both in terms of visas and in terms of where it is. So we definitely think about that. And I'll just say, it's been a long time since we've been in Latin America. So just to put that out there. Just to say that, but we do try and make the conference accessible to a global movement. A few other kind of administrative updates. We are a group that works behind the scenes a lot of the time, but we do meet with whoever is organizing Wikimania. So we meet with them all year round, and we actually have a liaison to whatever the current year's conference is. This year it was me for this year. We also added new members last year, Angie, Yaman, Lodovik, who's not here. And we're currently working on our internal governance and processes just to make things internally a bit smoother. So you might see further calls for new members, etc. The real heart of this session, however, is not the updates. It's the questions that we want to discuss together. I have a mic. There's this mic up here. So my questions, our questions, really, we did this together for you, are as follows. Big picture things, like what kind of city do you like to have Wikimania in? We've had small, we've had big. What kind of experience do you like for your Wikimania? And what collaboration possibilities do you see for Wikimania and other events? What session types are we missing? So this is an interesting question, right? Like, you don't know what you don't have, but sometimes people have ideas for things. For many years, I have been proposing a Wikimania with no program, but like nobody wants to do that. So what session types are we do we need? Do we not need? Are we missing? How do we increase participation both in the local areas and globally? And are there things about the hybrid element? So these are all things we're curious about. We also welcome just your general questions and feedback on any issue. And if you have questions for the steering committee, we are also here to answer those today. And so perhaps if there's anything you want to know about Wikimania, about the organization, the logistics, ask. Just feedback again about the conference. And going back to your favorite event that I asked you all to talk about, are there things that are done at that event that are not done at Wikimania that you would like to see at Wikimania? Are there cool things that you have experienced in other in-person events that you would like to see, or online events? So I will go back to this slide, I think. There's a Etherpad here. We can put in notes together. And I will just say, this is a lot, and we have not so much time. We have, not very much time, 20 minutes or so. So who would like to start? And if nobody raises their hand, I'll ask if anybody else from the steering committee wants to say anything or contribute. Okay, yeah.
Just while you're thinking about your answers to the questions, I want to acknowledge Giska hiding over here in the corner. We wouldn't get into this room without her.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, you're amazing. Thank you. Yeah, in the... Okay, one here and then one there. I don't know who was first. Yeah. And then Jan, yeah.
What session types that are missing? Like, so generally conferences are for deep conversations and also making new connections that are happening mostly in sidelines rather than in the in the program. So what if we create spaces where and also give a simple question with very good conversations that are happening, and programmatically, if we allow people to connect with each other, wouldn't it be a good idea? That's my...
Yeah, like a program hallway. Okay.
I'm not sure I understood exactly, but I think my suggestion was similar. So I feel like year after year, the program gets so crowded with cool sessions that I'm zapping from room to room, and I don't have, like, I have interesting conversations I want to have with other people or with the presenters, and I don't feel like I have enough breathing room to because the program is full, packed from start to finish of the day, and of course not everybody needs to go to all the sessions, but since there are so many interesting proposals, there are also many. It ends up that people will naturally feel the need or the desire to go to many of them. So that's...
Yeah, we'll check to answer and then, yeah.
I think I have a direct to that. Guys, blame the authors of all these excellent submissions. And I mean, it was really hard. And I mean, it was really hard to give you a program that's full of good stuff to attend, and to think about all the social spaces. We're lucky enough to have a rather large conference venue with a lot of hangout space. Now, the question for the future: could this Hangout space be arranged differently, marked differently? That's a very nice open question. I would gladly revisit the question if I was organizing Wikimania again. I see that Butch is raising his hand.
Okay, so one of the things that I have really insist with the Wikimedia Foundation is make sure all the sessions are recorded, except of course those who don't want to be recorded, because as an organizer, I want to watch the session myself. So right after Wikimania, I spent 16 days watching all those videos.
And I'm glad to say that all the sessions are recorded, apart from those that have the do not record mark this year.
A little bit similar tone that you were talking about before, because I think what is really interesting when we get together is to actually have conversations rather than to listen to someone, because that we could do afterwards, or like, so those recorded or longer sessions, I think we should minimize them, have more of lightning talks that sparks an idea and, oh, I want to go have a talk with that person, or more really like workshop and discussions like this where we actually are collaborating together when we are together.
There's a hands up, but yeah, I can hold for now. Yeah.
Oh, you got one there.
Actually, before we go further in this session, let me just say one thing. As a former Wikimania organizer, this is a really hard conference to pull off, and every year it's a balance between many things. So these are all excellent comments, and you know, we've discussed many things a long time. So just in the spirit of like good faith to the organizers and the participants, like we're all here just to make a better event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also want to encourage that the present organizers don't see it so much as a criticism, but as a continuous development process. I want to back statements before. I also think that Wikimania should not so be much about input, because that you can listen to at home. We could make pre-recordings and could make an input Wikimania completely virtually. Important is that we did discuss the issues. And I think when you, when the, how is it called, the call for proposal is written, that you urge or even demand that we only make an input of a third of the time allotted to them, and that the rest is allocated to discussion, and that the referees should think about how we make this discussion, because that's the most important thing about the discussion. We get to know each other. In the hallway, when I'm at coffee, I only say hello, which Wikimania, but the deeper discussion, they come from the workshops, so it should be more workshops.
Yes, thank you. Hi. Oh.
The mic's there, so I'll pass one to the back.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wanted to say that something that I really appreciate in this year and last year also is like the 0 day event that allowed us to have other type of conversations and workshops. And I think it's a good way to take like the best out of the meeting, and the fact that some of us are traveling for a long time to come here. We're making the effort to meet regularly, so that was something like very important. And what I would love to see in a meeting is that we also, I mean, I understand, I completely appreciate that this is like an event for celebrate volunteers and people who made this movement possible. But I think it could be like a good idea to try to connect also with like people that is not Wikimedians necessarily, and having I don't know, wouldn't say like a day, but maybe a big open session for regular people who are not necessarily know what means to be a Wikimedian, and yeah, like a way to also bring the event with the local community or the city, or what's happening in the place that is hosting as a community the event. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, really brief. I think ice-breaking sessions are extremely important in the beginning, and there's also like an energy level. We're very high in the beginning, then we go a little bit like this. And so it's hard to tone the energy, but maybe harder stuff in the beginning, easier things in the end. I know it's very fine, but.
Speaker. Yeah.
Oh, when you talk with people in small groups and then you kind of walk around and then, oh, I see you, I know where you are, I know your name. And that's
Sorry.
One
and then two.
Introduce yourself.
Please don't do that. So I feel like one thing that we are missing here at Wikimania is like we do celebrate a lot of successful stories here within our movement, but also I guess that we should share the unsuccessful stories sometimes, because I know that like as a volunteer there are a lot of like difficulties or issues when I work on projects, and I would like to hear like from the others who share similar experience, and then we can learn together, we can tackle the issues together. So I feel like we should create like a safe and like friendly space like for each other, so that they can also share like unsuccessful stories, that we can work together. This is what we need like here at Wikimania.
Thanks.
Yep. So, all right. So I have many things, like many lightning things to say to get this idea. So first of all, in the hybrid conference elements, I know in Singapore, you guys are doing great on doing the broadcasting and that, but I want to see more like a live reactions from the online participants. So like probably showing like comments, for example, like, or having more interactive platforms, because moderator just asking the questions, that's not the way. I don't think it's gonna be like the more online participants can involve, except the speakers. That was like first thing I can say. And second thing, as I was like the 2 years straight scholarship committee member, so in the opportunity to provide like the more scholarship, especially for Kenyan Library, those cities are kind of like harder to access with the self-funded participants. I know each year, every year, scholarships are being growing, but I think this number should keep growing as well. So, by the way, as scholarship committee member, I always see applications. I am so sad that we have to grading with just for the text with the activities.
You hold it.
Was there? I think Andrew's got it. Sorry, I'm looking down, so you guys figure out the mics. But maybe a couple more questions, and then I would like to invite questions for us also.
Okay, I would like to refer to two things. This suggestion or idea of a non-program, which reminds me of open space technology events. And I have been at events that do a hybrid between organized sessions and open market situations. So just as a suggestion, it doesn't have to be a neither nor. And then another reference to what's summarized under art of hosting methodologies, which is fantastic ways actually of making sure that a workshop or dialogue situation, it can be done in many interesting ways to really get the voices heard. So just two references.
I'm sorry, what is it called?
Art of hosting, and there's lots of interesting web pages that kind of introduce methodology. So that's more about the process design than about content design, to make sure that people get heard and included.
Earlier Wikimanias, we had more on conferences. We haven't had them as much recently. Yep, great.
Last one in the middle.
Hello?
In the back too, I think.
Yeah.
Am I next? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Two things, and the first one is probably a bit towards more of the question for the steering committee than, so I'll probably ask that as the second part instead. The first part is that the event does not appear to be very accessible for people without that much of experience in Wikimania. Here's the thing. When we look at Evenway, there is like a section called kind of ask what experience level you need. The fact is that even to most of them have said like everybody can attend this event. That's not really the case. The feeling I get is you need one of two things to be able to reasonably participate. One, you need to be extroverted and be able to handle communications with people who are not very, you need to be pretty extroverted or be very good in socialization, or you need to already have some sort of experience in the Wikimania movement. That would be my group, because I've actually seen a few people look a bit clueless and not entirely sure what to do. and that I think I'm not 100% sure. Maybe in future years we could probably have sessions that are deliberately geared towards people with no experience, so that most others would probably not find it useful, but at least a person who has already been in Wikimania for like 3 months, and I've actually seen a few such people struggling, could potentially contribute. That would be the first of 2 parts. I will ask the second part after this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, there's like 4 things, but I do want to see if there are questions for us or the organizers at this point, or does everybody have like more comments about Wikimania overall? Are there any like specific questions we can answer? It seems like maybe yes in the back over here.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Let's see who has questions for us in the next 8 minutes. I think. Yeah.
In the previous editions of Wikimania, I was very glad to see on conferences and impromptu events will be a special space, a blank space for these events granted in the future Wikimanias. And a second question is, I work in a sister project like Wikisource, and I'm glad to see that this project has a space in this edition of Wikimania. Will there be more space for other sister projects like Wikinews or Wikivoyage, or if it isn't present because there are not people, maybe we should invite those people.
Great.
Okay.
Just collect the questions first, Phoebe?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there are
Great.
any, and if there's not, then let's switch back.
Yes. Hello. I have 2 main feedbacks. The first feedback is I am on the autistic spectrum, and I can already say that this Wikimania is very, very bad for people on the spectrum, because people are using normal clapping. But on the Wikifranca Wiki Convention conference, we are already using for years the sign language clapping like this. And also in Wikimedia France events too, we use the sign language clapping. And for most of us on the spectrum, having sudden noise changes can cause an overload in our brain, because it's a sudden surge that is not automatically filtered by our brains. So it can put us into very difficult positions.
The question is, can we support you folks better?
Yes, can we please just discuss with us, with the people got disabilities, so we can help you to design something, like for example, maybe some kind of also a silent booth for just discussing with a few handful of people without having a lot of noise. For impromptu meetings like that, when we meet in the corridors, instead of drowning in sound at the coffee area. And the second input is linked to my previous experience last year, was on one only online. I didn't secure a scholarship to present my sessions at the Wikimania in Singapore. I got absolutely 0 feedback after my sessions, and this year I didn't even present anything, and I got so much progress just by meeting people here. There is totally no easy link between the online people, which are precursors of the attendees this year.
So the question is, can we better link the two?
Yes, please link better, display maybe chat rooms on some screens, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make sure it's a question.
It's more like a suggestion than a question, but still valid, I hope. Hi, my name is Peter. I'm a member of the Wikimedia Poland. It's like see the room. We are full here, and people are all sitting here, are occupying the walls and sitting on the floors. Maybe there would be a good idea if we, when we have a program and we have a attendees list, maybe it would be good idea to encourage the attendees to let the organizers know for which session a person would like to sign up, so we can organize better the rooms. For example, if the session would be a large amount of people, maybe we could use a bigger hall.
Great, thank you for the feedback. I think it's only fair to go back here since we're not in question mode. We are in comment mode. Okay.
And I will just say we have, I think, just a few minutes left. We end at 10 past the hour, so we have, and we should clear the room to be respectful. So we have maybe 3 minutes left.
I was interesting about more sessions about hardcore coding, like APIs and that sort of stuff, tool builders, other people in the community that do code. That's it.
Okay, we got another one over here, Andrew. First time attendee, he's got a question.
Hi, I think this will be a quick question. For Wikimedia 2025, do we know the general timeframe for that yet? And if not, like when will dates be announced?
Anthony?
Can I?
Well, Anthony is here.
I was going to say that's part of tonight's surprise, isn't it? In the closing ceremony.
It's up to you.
Thank you. So we are on the finalizing stage of the schedule and timeline, so we'll be able to know within 1 week time.
I just want to say last year, I think many of us were there last year. We had 10 people in the room or something last year. This year, it's much more popular, and I am so glad everyone is very excited about the future of Wikimania. We, the steering committee, are also very excited about the future of Wikimania. I think that you can, anyone who's here who's interested in planning Wikimania is welcome to talk to any of us who are here who work on the conference, and we can connect you and we can email afterwards. So I just want to say, please do reach out to us with questions. I also want to say before we end, a big thank you to the current organizing team who's here in the person of Wojciech. And I also want to say a big thank you to 2025 team and 2026 team both, who it's so hard to say, I would like to host 1,000 of my best friends in my home, right? It's so hard to say, let's make an event where we invite a global movement that is so diverse from all over, doesn't speak the same language, doesn't have the same culture, to say, come to our area and experience what it's like, and we together will make something magical. So I really appreciate the work and the effort that has already gone on, and it's a big lift, and I encourage everyone who's interested to get involved. Is there one more, please?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Luis. I am director of Wikimedia Chile, a Latin American country, and I have a question.
Oh, yes, please.
We've been talking as a community. We're really interested in in the future Wikimania. So we are going to submit our bid. And I have a question for the organizer of 2025 and 2026. In these first steps, working on organizing your event, what are the challenges that you didn't expect, and because of your location, and you didn't notice, and the experience of prior events didn't teach you?
Okay, so if I got your question, you're asking about the challenges that maybe currently we're facing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so as I said before, Wikimania 2025 will be in Nairobi, Kenya. That's where we have planned so far. And I know there is a lot of uncertainties and volatility of the situations. For example, in Kenya, Nairobi, right now there is Gen Z things. I think you all know. And just not only in Nairobi, around the world, the situations are changing. So what I can say, this is one of the challenges, but we hope for the best. And the best thing we can do is staying positive and honest to the community, so we can do better and precise decisions on time. Yes.
Thank you. In our case, I think that one of the most challenges we have is to not burn the volunteer too fast. You know, we still have more than 2 years, so it's important to start doing things progressively and not involve too early people into the organization. And of course, start thinking, it's hard to think and connect the possible venue that we are looking for, and the global idea of what we would like our Wikimania will looks like. So having this connect the venue and a vague idea is not easy for now, but we will make progress in the next month.
Thank you.
Okay. We move to the hallway for more discussions. Thank you, everyone.
Hello? Hello? Does it work? Okay. Yes, it does, because I hear nothing.
You're going to answer some questions. And so I'm going to ask, could you describe how you...
Okay. Could you please sit down?
Thinking about next generation.
Could we close the doors? Thank you very much. All right. Splendid. So welcome to this session about multi-generation. So just to be very clear, we are not talking of babies versus gray hair people. We are really talking about how many years you have been a Wikipedian. So that's the meaning of generation in that circumstances. So we wanted to raise the topic because we have been around for now 23 years. I have the joy of having been there around for 22 years now. So I think I'm really definitely first generation. And we wanted to raise the topic because in all that time, things have been changing a lot and there is a shift in generation. So that was part of the meaning. So we have been dividing the generation in 4, in fact, because we felt that was what's probably the best description of the things. So the first generation is basically from 2001, so anyone who started participating back then, till roughly 2007, roughly. So I'd like to ask anyone, am I the only one here from that generation? We are 2.
Definitions.
Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, some of you were not born, I know that. But so there's it's not an ages from Wikipedia perspective. So anyone confirm no one before 2007? Yeah, you're not sure, you don't even remember, maybe around that time. So that's the first. When did you join?
I joined in 2004. So like the first
2004, you are, absolutely. And what about you? 26. So we are 3. So it's a fairly good proportion. See, we are 4. That's amazing. I really saw many people from the first generation around us. So that's the first. The second generation.
Roughly 2007 to about 2010, 11, 12, when the movement, and maybe a little bit later, when the movement was big, the platforms were large and kind of culturally diverse, but we still had a lot of room to grow, right? The movement was just finding itself. And then the next generation, which we're adding, we added her just 2 minutes ago to the panel because we're missing Awasi in Bangladesh couldn't get his visa, and we were going to try to bring him online, but as you know, Bangladesh is having quite a moment. The next generation is that group right before the pandemic, right? So from about 2014, 2015 to the 2020, when we were a growing movement, kind of flourishing in a new organizing generation. And then Bukola represents our newest generation of organizers.
Yeah, so I joined in 2020 and 4th generation.
So just in case, checking, raise of hand for generation 2. Oh my God, you're alone, Ayla. No, we already said you were generation 1. Okay, 2 and 3, so 2015, 2020, roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about the brand new ones? Oh, we're fairly equal in the end.
Yeah.
Very good.
And what's happening as we go through the strategy process as a movement, we try to figure out what do we do with all these threats going forward. We can learn something from other movements. So both the feminist networks and the climate communities have really focused on this concept of intergenerationality. What can the folks who've done the many things before pass on to the next generation while giving all the space for the newer generations to be authentic and create space for the older generations to innovate, right? How do we be that partnership? And so we put together these series of questions to kind of elucidate some of that and put some history and culture on that. So we're going to start with a quick, just like how we got started, and then we're going to go into the questions.
So as I was saying, I joined in January or February 2002, so soon after the creation, in fact. And I started on the English Wikipedia, only one active at that time. And after a few months, the French started moving in. But when I started the French, there was no one. So it was really day one, day zero. And since then, I've done a lot of different things. And my name just maybe Florence Devoir. Just in particular for the new one who joined, because she's not mentioned on.
I'm Alex. I vandalized a little bit in high school.
Oh, you too?
I was one of those people. But it wasn't until 2008 that I found the movement. I first realized, like, hey, I can actually contribute on English Wikipedia. And then within a year, I was organizing meetups and doing negotiations with the Smithsonian, actually, because I was looking for a movement. I wasn't just looking for a hobby online. And so that moment to like, I need to start organizing was what pulled me in. And that's why I've been here for
Very
forever.
quick.
Okay, I am Luisina from Wikimedia Argentina, and I found the movement in 2016 when I was a teacher, a history teacher, and also a human rights researcher. And then I became the education and human rights manager at Wikimedia Argentina.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Bukola James. I'm from Nigeria. I joined the movement during the lockdown. I joined when the One Libon Ref campaign was ongoing. And after I introduced so many African librarians to One Libon Ref. So from then, I was able to join another series of mentorship program, which lasted for about 4 months. And having completed that course, I discovered there was a need for more librarians within my local community to understand how they can become relevant, especially because most libraries were also trying to adapt to the new normal, and most people were not going to the library. So what are the new ways that libraries can become relevant? And that was how I implemented the first project, WikiGlam Awareness for Librarians in North Central Nigeria. And once I completed that, I had another opportunity to join another mentorship program, which was the Train the Trainer for reading Wikipedia in the classroom. I was one of the first from West Africa to join that program. And it really did help me a lot because I learned a lot of skills, especially around project management. And so far, I had a series of other opportunities. And I think going into the movement through mentorship really helped me a lot. Yeah, thank you.
So it's your question.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to do it intergenerational.
Yeah. What? No? She forgot her question.
I forgot the question.
I can ask myself my question.
So right here.
Okay.
See, that's a perfection of new generation. They use phone, but...
Okay, so I ended up organizing, like I said, based on...
Ask Florence.
What's the question?
Ask Florence the question.
Okay, I might ask.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so question to you, Florence. Could you describe how you ended up organizing and what you think is different about your experience than the experience that you hear about from newer organizers that you've met?
Yeah, so the first comment I might make with the short description they made of how I joined is that back in 2002, there was no movement. There was no notion of organizers. And nobody knew about Wikipedia, so you wouldn't join through a program organized by AFLIA or whatever, and you wouldn't imagine making a career out of it. There was no chance, right? So I discovered it by chance because I play games. It was not even online at that time, it was just playing, and sometimes you go to forums of discussion and you cut off the internet very quickly because it's expensive. And then you go back, and there is this guy from Canada, a Greenpeacer. So that was an activist. And that was very soon after the terrorist attacks on the towers. And we started discussing things, and in particular biosecurity issues. And at that time, all these topics were actually discussed by the US government. So everything you could find about biosecurity and biosafety was stuff issued by the US government. And at that time, I was in the street on strike because I didn't want the war to go over Iraq and so on. So I thought, hey, there might be a way to actually teach something, to put stuff online which is not coming from the government. And he showed me that website. Nobody knew anything about it. It was just, as I was saying, there was no one in French, and maybe in English we were, I don't know, maybe 100 people. And he showed me, and I wrote a little bit of something there. And the next day on Google, which at that time was not related to the people, the search I was doing was exactly giving the same answers for anyone. My little miserable text, I must say, was there already above the US government. And I was just, oh my God. So I stick there. But there was no movement, no organizer, just a bunch of guys. No rules, which was great. And of course I vandalized, because at that time we could also use IP, shadowing things. So we had a lot of fun. That was a playground. We absolutely did not imagine it would become this. So that was more of a playground. And really my first memories were the freedom. The freedom, no one tracking us. We were doing pretty much what we wanted online. And we had to create everything from scratch. It was really empty. No rules, no whatsoever. And my biggest memory was that the organizing thing came really after 3 or 4 or 5 years, even down the line. So these were my first thing. But why did I actually started doing things at the international level, I would say, is simply because very early on I thought the English-speaking people, they are the majority. Just to give you an example, Wikipedia at that time was the English version. The other linguistic version were not Wikipedias. They were the international Wikipedias. So there was the real one and the things on the side, right? We were not on the same server. Wikipedia, the real one, was on a server, and the other ones, they were on another server. We were not on the same software version. The English was on a software version, and the other ones were on an old version. So it was really a different world. And I said, this is not going to happen. And that was my beginning. Yeah. So maybe, you could continue asking maybe the next generation.
Okay, so similar question to Alex. What would you say? How would you describe how you ended up organizing, and what you think is different about your experience?
Yeah, so for me, I came in, there was Wikipedias, there was an international movement, but we just started doing outreach. So Liam had talked his way into the British Museum, and a couple professors were doing education outreach, and I was like a year into editing, and I saw that the DC community had meetups. Well, what is this meetup thing? We should do something with that. I mean, Liam just went to a museum. Why don't we go to a museum in DC? That's easy, right? I showed up at the event. I was like 18 years old, 19 years old. And I was like, we're around all these museums. What are we doing about it? No, we're going to have beer and pizza. Like, that's all we're going to do. And I was like, that doesn't work. And it just so happened that Richard Nipel, who's a first-generation organizer in the US, was at that meetup because he was like, the DC community hasn't had a meetup in a while. What are they doing? And he was like, I know. You should meet my contact at the Smithsonian. Alex, you're the only person asking this question, like, how do we do outreach? And so for me, I was invited. Like, I was told, like, you can organize, but there was no playbook. There was zero playbook. And so Aud and I, so many of you know Aud from Wikimedia Deutschland developer community, ended up presenting to 20 communications executives at the Smithsonian a couple weeks later about how we should collaborate between the biggest museum in the world and the biggest encyclopedia that was just having a lot of problems. And so I was just told, like, you're going to do this. Like, there's no question, and there's no playbook, and there's no plan, right? And I think that's really changed. And so I'm going to throw this back to the next generation organizers. Like, what allowed you to get started as an organizer? You know, like, the movement's changed quite a bit since, like, the Florence version and the Alex version of organizing. Like, could you describe how that, like, transition to organizing happened for you?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I started as an organizer because I am the education and human rights manager of a chapter in Argentina, Wikimedia Argentina. So I start being an organizer of different projects and activities, designing these projects and activities, and particularly working with teachers in schools and university, and also in research institutions. So I always been organizing things, and I think that it was really important because, and is continue being really important because I am in the bridge between people from the movement and people that are not from the movement, and came to our programs and came to the chapter and became volunteers through these multiple things that I organize in Argentina and also in collaboration with the region. So that was my experience.
And so you didn't have any other version of the movement than organizing?
I have my version of the movement because then after a lot of time, I made my PhD about the movement. But it's only by researching the movement that I know how the movement worked before.
Yeah. And for Bukola, like, what was that transition into the organizing thing? Like, what pulled you from, you know, I took a training with AFLIA to, like, I have to be part of this thing?
Okay, so just like you said, there was no playbook. And I wouldn't say I really had opportunity to know what generations of Wikimedians I was able to meet, because it was also during the lockdown. I had to do a whole lot of learning myself. And most of the trainings we had during the One Libon Ref were just for 1 hour, sometimes maximum 2 hours. And for someone that is just coming into the movement, I don't know what's core content policy are. I just know that, okay, they said there's this citation hunt tool that you use, and they show us how to do this. But then I just had to go on my own and have to do a whole lot of learning. And I did contributed to Wikipedia for about 2 years. And then suddenly I just went on a meta page and I saw the rapid grants page. And I was trying to just navigate my way around it. Then I had to meet with an undergraduate at the time. He was leading a fan club. So I met with him and he kind of put me through the process. Although he just shared resources with me. So it's left for me to read through all of these resources and try to work my way through. And that was how I was able to host the first Wikiglam awareness. So it was more about me doing most of the work myself. And it was really very challenging because at some point, I almost gave up because I remember meeting some Wikimedians and they were like, Buki, do you know how to respond to mails? Yeah, so that was really tough. And I felt like this is something that it's a challenge. And I wanted to prove him wrong, that I can actually respond to mails. I can send back messages. I can even create the grants. I just need you to share, give me like a step-by-step guide. So yeah, that was how I got into it. I trained the first 30 librarians, and I was volunteering at a library at that time. So the administrative head of the library wanted to also do more outreach. So we started thinking of other ways to involve a lot of people, and that was how I then got access to the reading Wikipedia in the classroom, which was also very good. Yeah, so it was tough, but yeah.
So to Florence, what things are you constantly teaching that the next generation still hasn't figured out?
Yeah. Lots of repetition, like a teacher, repetition all the time. Well, I first wanted to reflect that I try to look at it from high above, every generation had some biggest challenges, some very different challenges. So for my generation, the first challenge is that nobody knew us. Nobody. So the first thing is we want to do recruitment. We don't know where we are. We don't travel. We don't meet one another. How do we recruit? So yes, I spammed forums of discussion. Hey, you knew nothing about that flower? Just come over. Watch here. Of course, I was blocked each time. So that was the recruitment process. Of course, the second problem when people started talking about is the press. We were criticized like it was terrible. We were considered to be a cult. We were considered very badly. And far from coming to us, the librarians, they were just looking at us from very down. So who are those people? So our challenges were this one, and we could not connect to the others. And all of a sudden, around 26 roughly, the press started to realize we existed. So the press went like crazy. And what happened? Many people created an account, so we saw a surge of new people. And so our own challenge at that time was, how do we keep the light on, like servers? How do we scale in terms of growth from a technical perspective, but also from the human perspective? You would not believe that right now, but if you see every day for one person, there are 20 new editors. What do you do? 20 new people, as if I come up Monday and all of you are new. Say hi and you start doing things. The next day I come back, Tuesday, same number, new people. What do you do? That's panic, honestly. So we needed the tech people very much because there was vandalism. This was the moment where we put all those tools. Was there any training thing? Honestly, not. We were just trying to survive, right? So that's when we set up many of the really set in stone rules, such as citation, because we had many crises because of false data without any sources. And that's when we started slightly putting down things. But the only training we did was to say, hey, you want to know about neutrality of viewpoint? This is here. Hey, you want to know about sources? This is here. And just survive. No more than that. So we didn't actually suffer in terms of training others because we were just pointing them to the place. Yes?
Yeah, just maybe to mirror this.
Yeah.
I meant on the other side.
Yeah.
Of the game.
You need a mic for the online people. There's one.
Thank you. I just want to reflect that back, like from the other side, I think, of the game around 2005, 2006. The newcomers experienced the community as much more bureaucratic, nasty, bite the newbies. You know, it's the other side of the story. And I made my first edits around 2004. Like, it was still, I was that generation who was still like this very, very easygoing thing. We weren't required to add like references.
Exactly.
Or you had like the references just in one section in the end. You just listed your sources.
The obligation to cite sources came after the Segenthaler big mess.
Yeah, exactly.
And because the guy was so happy to get in the press everywhere to just call his sad story. So we had to really find a way to improve the situation. And that's when we increased simply the information on the wiki. That's also pretty early on when we created Meta, which did not exist at first. For at least a year, I was alone there with Brian Viber. We were the two, and one troll. We were three trying to pack things there. So that definitely nothing about grant or whatever. It was just trying to parse stuff.
I don't want to throw too much to the audience because we want to keep...
So now the problem is, after a while, there are many people, but they actually do not read the fucking manual. Right? You know that expression? Do not read the fucking manual? Maybe not. Maybe she doesn't know. RTFM. Now they actually ask questions before reading. That's a problem with the new generation. They do not read. They come and say, could you do me a training about blah? And the next day, could you do me a training about blah? That's, you are asking all the time. So what? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't fit. So I know there are some things. So what am I tired about telling all the time? Things that have been around for 23 years. And it feels that there have been hundreds of wiki pages written and manual and WikiLearn platform, blah, and people still continue asking to a person because we are human.
And I'm going to expand on that real quick, just to keep the panel going. In that, the thing that I'm getting asked about a lot is like, where is the how-to manual? And I'm like, which of 100 do you want, right? Like, we have so many how-to manuals, and no one is using any of them. And so I think the thing that's really frustrating is we have the documentation, we have the story, but we're not necessarily giving it to folks, and it's relying on a lot of like Florence's and Alex's to remember why we even created the manual to begin with, which is not helpful, right? And so I want to throw it back to you all, like, what still confuses you, and what do you wish we actually taught you instead of you having to ask? Yeah.
So I would say something that confused me initially was like the complexity of the wiki project. Like when you are coming in, you don't know where to start. There's so many documentation with so many hyperlinks. You just keep clicking. I think what would have been useful to me was having like it could be a repository, but let it have like a beginner's segment, a beginner's documentation that has videos that would now link me to how I can move from being a beginner to an intermediate. And then from an intermediate, I can then proceed to being an experienced editor. There's so many documentations, they are not properly arranged or structured. So it becomes a lot of tasks. Like, not everybody has that patience to walk through all of this documentation.
And the frustration doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You're looking at the older folks like, why are you frustrated with this? This makes no sense.
Yeah.
Lucina, I wonder for you, like, what was like super confusing, or you still wish someone had like helped you with it?
Okay. I think that when you are a newcomer, the Wikimedia movement is confuse you. It's like, what is this? What is happening here? This is Wikipedia, Wikimedia, Wiki what? So our experience my experience as an organizer is like, we need to understand what is the Wikimedia movement, what is behind the Wikipedia, and what is the background of Wikipedia to understand what we want to do there. Because if not, it's like another internet web page, and it's not the same. It's not what people need to know when they are beginning with Wikipedia. So in our experience, we design, I don't know, thousands and thousands of booklets, tutorials, video tutorials. My face is in YouTube all the time, teaching how to use Wikipedia. So that is like my life. But I think that when people, or at least teachers, the academic world, understand what is Wikipedia and what are the values that are behind Wikipedia in an internet safe place, but also a place that make conflicts, and you have to be there to understand those conflicts and to give a context to those conflicts, people want to be there. So I think that is confused, but it's necessary to be confused. And you are going to be frustrating Wikipedia. It's part of the process.
Sorry, just to add to that, I think another thing that was confusing was once you've completed like a campaign, you don't know what next. You don't know you don't know what community to join. So I think for organizers, aside from just organizing campaigns, let participants help them identify their interests, expose them to other examples of projects or campaigns within the movement that they can join. For a librarian, you might want to join the Wiki Loves Monuments community or team. For a student who is interested in climate topic, you might want to join like the Wiki Climate Campus campaign, or for someone who is passionate about sustainability, you might want to join the Wiki sustainability community. So I think organizers need to do more in terms of connecting participants with other communities that would be relevant to their professional interests. Another thing is about the governance structure, which can be very confusing.
No, never.
I'm saying this because for most people who just come in as editors, they don't understand what movements MSG is. They don't know what the Global Council is. They don't know what the OB does, right? So how would they? It's very difficult for them to connect with all of these things. So that's, I think we also need to do more. It's not just about onboarding people to join campaigns, but let them understand the governance structure. They should understand the various roles of people within the community. Thank you.
So Florence and I were both laughing because we don't understand it. and I think this is one of those crazy secrets about movements, right? Is that even if you've been around for forever, it's just as confusing.
And
right?
it grows more and more confusing. One of the big problems is that when organizers leave, they actually don't clean up behind them. Wow. What? No, they should, right? You go to a hotel, you clean afterwards. No, they don't. So things accumulate, and after a while, you don't know which wiki projects are still active, which are inactive. Yeah. What is this confusing for a newcomer? What do you think? Are there other things you have? One more?
Sorry. So I think the thing is not necessarily confusing. Yes, it is confusing, of course. The Wikiverse is like an entire multiverse that Marvel hasn't tapped into yet. But I think that the thing that was quite frustrating, I think, is exactly what Pacola said, is that there are all of these resources. They're just really hard to find. But as somebody who then starts as an organizer, you start collating those resources, and literally it's moving at lightning speed. So by the time you've just, very proudly presented your welcome to new Wikipedians kind of thing, it's all changed. Like now suddenly there's visual editor, or that so-and-so doesn't exist anymore, or whatever, those things, that's no longer relevant. And so you're just like, no, now I've got to start all over again with a whole load of new things that I'm not even sure I know, and whether it's going to stay or not, or whether it's still going to be relevant by the time I've finished painting the, San Francisco Bridge. It's kind of like the whole thing.
So, yeah. Go on.
Did you want to add the comment on the?
Yes, it's different because I was a newcomer in 2005.
Yeah.
And I have the sensation that everything is a playground.
Yeah.
And it was like the red link town, everything was red. So it's absolutely different than today when the things seems very made. So that's the reason that I don't left the other projects like Wikivoyage or Wikinews, because that sensation is always there. The red links and the lack of documentation and the spirit of the things that needs to do it. So I love that.
So you're recreating the open space that we had the first few years by either moving some of the projects, such as we did for Wikiquote, other by Wikitravel, or local languages, such as the African languages. They enjoy the same freedom we had the first few years, because everything is to be done. But what could we do otherwise for our fifth generation? Maybe you have, I don't know, I'm going to ask you some ideas, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, so something...
We have a generation coming, yeah.
Okay, so something I think would be useful is that's based on the learnings I've gained over the years. I've always make it a point of call to identify the different categories of participants that are joining a campaign. So for newbies, who want to join an existing campaign, the level at which you train them is different. So I create a list of resources and not just share these documents with them like they did for me, but hold like a series of onboarding session, and not just one session, but multiple sessions for them to better understand how they can contribute. And there are different levels of contributions that they can make. Unlike when I joined, when they just tell you, go and create an article, go and edit, and just find it yourself. So I try to explain to them the different kinds of activities that they can do. As a newbie, you don't expect someone to start creating article from scratch. And you don't expect someone who doesn't know how to contribute to a local or speak a local language to improve articles about that language. So for that kind of person, you might want to identify some very simple tasks like maybe just correcting grammatical errors, or adding hyperlinks, or adding info boxes, or just adding images, because that's what you can do at that point. Then for the other categories who are more advanced, then you might want to let them know that, okay, you can contribute to this campaign by either translating, or if you know you don't really understand the core content, please do not create an article from scratch. So just stick to translating or doing more tasks like that of the beginners. So I try to ensure that it is well properly stated from the onset, so they don't really find it difficult. And because I have experience navigating all of the documentation, I can also just direct them strictly to what would help them. Right, so that's what has been useful. Now we have more documentation. We also have more videos to share on YouTube and even from past trainings that we've had. So I think all of these things have really been helpful for those fifth generations that are coming in. Yeah.
And Lucina, we'll do you next. But Lucina, what do you think we need to pay attention to for the next generation?
Okay, well, I will give a pedagogical answer because it's my way of answering. But for me, I think that it's important to understand which are the issues that concern this new generation and in what way they are thinking being on internet, because I think that perhaps we are like a little bit far away of what they are thinking right now on how to be on internet. And I think that Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects can offer, I don't know, a terrible digital territory, to be terrible in a good way, like incredible. But we need to think in what way we can accompany and support them in that path, because, I don't know, perhaps it's very confused for them how they can be in that place that look very vintage. So we need to be there.
I think one of the reasons I came in here, because I thought the term generational was a very interesting term, but the simple fact is you've got on either side. You've got the children, who are going on, and then you've got people who are retiring. People who are 65 now were 45 when Wikipedia, or were 45 20 years ago, and they were already active. And so integrating people like that who have a lot of free time now, and not all whom want to travel, and they spend a lot of time at home, and and there's going to be. My husband just told me, I can upload pictures to comments. I'm like, you've known me for. Anyway, but and the other thing is I only made minor edits for probably 10 years. Between 2010, 2011, and then and I became active on Wikipedia again in the last few years, and I have no idea what things are like now. I mean, the way I did things back in 2007 are not the same way that although there's still some of the same things that are going on. So
it's a perfect point. So as an old one, how do you guys retain me? Sorry.
Well, I mean, we're not there yet, are we?
But I think something that I'm loving about the movement we're building now is we're seeing a lot of people come back. And we're seeing a lot of people come back to a very different movement. And that very different movement is so excitingly, so many opportunities. I mean, like Wikidata and translation and commons and all these things have grown and become so much more expansive, but at the same time, so much more overwhelming. And so I want to thank the panel. We got about 30 seconds left, but I think we should have these intergenerational conversations, and we should be deliberate that it is intergenerational, right? We're not different, right? As Carrie was saying, some of the older generations are coming back. Some of the newer generations are teaching us things that we didn't know we needed to know, right? And that is the work, I think. I think we just hit the time.
It's a perfect conclusion, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also need to think about how our campaigns align with their interests and how it improves their professional or their career growth. Because we shouldn't just organize campaigns and put everybody there, because like we all have different needs and interests. So we should always put that whenever we are thinking of running campaigns. Thank you.
And we need both of you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. And let's continue the conversation to make sure to keep the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
You have to remember the 7, 10.
I owe you. I'm so glad I came to this.
Start. My name is Grzegorz. I'm from Wikimedia Polska. Wikimedia Polska is actually responsible for 3 languages projects connected to Wikipedia. It's obviously Polish, it's also Kashubian, and it's also Silesian. And actually saying that I feel very sorry that we don't do enough for these 2 small projects, Kashubian and Silesian ones. So today we'd like to do something with Silesian Wikipedia and ask fundamental question about this project. If it's small and it's small language, it's small Wikipedias, does it make sense? And I hope Tomasz, who's a Silesian Wikipedian, will help us to answer this question. Tomasz, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Yes, small languages, small Wikipedias, does it make sense? It's a question many of you probably ask yourself one day. And in this short presentation, I would like to help you answer this question. In this presentation, we will make a case study based on Silesian Wikipedia, its history, problems, and expected future. We would like to find some conclusions. My name is Tomasz Rudyga, and I am a member of administration of Silesian Wikipedia. So today we have 344 Wikipedia editions. About 40 of them have been released in the last 5 years, and we can expect new ones will be created in next years. They are, of course, now smaller than what we know from English or Polish. And to illustrate this, a statistic, 85% of all Wikipedia articles are on top 40 editions. However, if we look at page views by edition over time, we can see a small tendency to use smaller local versions of Wikipedia instead of the bigger ones. We can see big blue field which represents English Wikipedia, and the all colors represent another bigger ones. When we look on page views on Polish Wikipedia, according to Wikimedia statistics, we can see quite stable popularity. When we look on smaller Wikipedias like Kashubian, we can see a small growth of the popularity. And similarly, it looks like on Silesian Wikipedia, which is written in the indigenous language of Upper Silesia, the region in which we are now. Yes, the tendency to growing the popularity activity on the project is clear. And let's discuss why. Firstly, we can see here the approximate distribution of the Silesian language on the picture. It's the region of Upper Silesia, but also there are speakers in other parts of Poland, Germany, USA, UK, and more. It's about 500,000 of speakers. And the maturity of written Silesian is not so big. It's mostly known from speech. So yes, in 2008, the project started. Now we have dozens of occasionally active volunteers and over 58,000 articles, from which 5 are marked by the community as featured. Everything started in 2006 with first project submission. 2 years later, we got official foundation of the project, and our work started. First big reform was so-called big orthographic transformation, in which we switched from phonetical alphabet into another one known from literature. All articles that existed so far have been marked as deprecated, and a new Steuer was the new one in this case. The Steuer orthography was the new one, and we started to write in this one in 2009. And in 2010, another orthography has been added as allowed to be written parallelly. The project was something new, something interesting, and it was even mentioned in Polish parliament. So the first identified problems were lack of official orthography, clear rules and consistency. The written form of the Silesian was something new, as I said. We had limited educational resources and different visions about the project. Over time, various informal rules have crystallized on Wikipedia. These include accepted article templates and hierarchy of dialects. Next very big reform took place in 2019. Change became the main page, user interface, and more. One user started also first article creation using PyWikibot, a Python library, which allows, for example, to write using short articles using Excel table. In 2020, we got our third featured article. In 2021, we added so-called "Did you know" section to the main page, just to highlight the most interesting, high-quality articles. We also implemented innovative thing, which was a picture of the week, which changes automatically based on parser functions, based on time. In 2022, we organized a contest. It was contest to write exactly article number 55,000 with nice rewards sponsored by some sponsors. 2023, rise of Silesian language status in Poland. Professors started to write language manuals. The formalization of the language improved. And we also started to standardize what we have, the content. For example, we made a nice project in which we decided the logical deduction to how to call cities, because they have Polish name, German name, Silesian name, sometimes more names, and yeah, we made conclusions for this and standardized this. 2024, we got a new featured article, and the activity is still relatively high. Let's speak about the usability of the project. On the one side, we can see here most popular Wikipedia editions by country, and we can see, for example, that in Norway or in Balkans, most popular is English, even if there exist local versions. The same case will be in Silesia, where the most popular is Polish Wikipedia. But, however, the project achieved another goals which are also very important. Firstly, it is community and engagement. Secondly, boosting minority languages, knowledge localization, skills development, and collaboration of the open. Let's go deeper in this topic. We create a space for many users with different motivations. Active are both language experts, very known experts as well, and amateurs of Silesian reading, which was me in the beginning as well. Average of over 10 editions per day, and space for unique discussions and cooperation. Boosting minority language is very important as well. Small Wikipedias boost minority language, and our Wikipedia is a great example. On this slide, we can see some use cases of written Silesian in public spaces like walkway, match commentary, and more. And in 2008, it would be hard to find in such scale in public spaces. And I think Wikipedia, as a popular encyclopedia, boosted this movement. Another important goal achieved by Wikipedia is saving language known from speech, preservation of Silesian culture, and providing free knowledge. Our featured articles, for example, are translated to another languages, and this is something what we are proud about. It also serves as a platform for learning the orthography, learning the language, and development of IT skills. And finally, collaboration of the open. By translating content from larger language editions, editors can contribute to cultural exchange between different communities. Open space for international collaboration and support builds cultural bridges. The project connects also our diverse Silesian community. We have people older people which know the language from old times. We have a lot of students, from Poland, from Germany, from UK, many different personalities, and the project unites us all, and it's a nice space for unique discussions. Let's speak now about the challenges. General challenges include, first of all, high entry threshold for new users. We have too many unwritten rules and lack of educational materials. It's going in good direction in last time, but still it's not enough to formalize something, just to unite some different opinions about how to write a word, for example. And the second general challenge is low quality content. We have lack of edit revisers and experts. It's natural because we have the community quite small. The language complexity is a problem. We have local dialects, of course, like many languages. We have problems with mixing with another languages. We are trying always to reproduce the language our grandparents spoke, but of course, language evolve. We are now in society of Polish society or some people in another parts of the world, and it mixes, and it makes challenging now to decide what we want. We have also various notation preferences. Some people prefer one alphabet, some people another one, and this is good bridge to the next slide about orthography. As I introduced a bit, it changed over years, historically evolved into a mix. We allow many orthographies, but of course one orthography in one article. But even this is not satisfied because we have templates, we have categories. So it's a bit chaotic. Below you can see the details which are now allowed and which are deprecated. And on the right you can find many special characters which you can find on our Wikipedia. That's a lot, and this is one of the challenges for new users for sure. Challenges in administration. First of all, it's lack of scientific and technical experts. Secondly, preservation of neutrality. It's always challenging in small community, and dealing with vandalism. Vandalisms are getting more and more tricky with the advances of generative AI. Almost every day we experience addition of low-quality content, which is probably for Google Translate. Such edits contain linguistic errors of topic content and are undetectable at first sight. So, to summarize the threats, firstly, it's low quality, foremost language quality, which is difficult to keep good if the formalization is not so big. We know from the history of, for example, Scott's Wikipedia that there were situations in which half of the Wikipedia has been deleted in one point because because people wrote not something what they think that this is the language, but not exact. It was not been written by experts. And this is one thing, the quality of the language, but second thing is the content quality. We have to avoid misinformation, disinformation, spam, and vandalisms. And also openness is a big mission for us. We don't want to close to a small group of users. We want to be open, especially for older people which know the language very good. And yes, this will make the project safe. Now the question how the research generalizes on another small Wikipedias. Achieved goals of Silesian Wikipedia are quite general, potential added values for similar projects, which we have seen on the blue slides earlier. Mistakes to avoid include too high entry threshold for new users and content inconsistencies. There should be written standardization, consensuses, and more up-to-date help pages. It is important not only to write new rules, but also to delete the deprecated ones. In order to avoid low-quality articles, crucial are mutual revisions of edits and constructive criticism. Our proposed improvement methods include, first of all, organizing communication space and saving the consensuses. Experimental improvement methods from our project include bot-based article writing, bot-based standardization of user preferences and dialects, and finally, entertainment actions. Here we can see the sources, including link to our project. And yeah, thank you for your attention and feel free to ask questions.
What happened with Scots Wikipedia and what is a diverse Silesian community?
Yeah, the case of Scots Wikipedia was special because I think there was lack of revision. So one user wrote, or some users wrote content in a language that is now considered as invented language. It was not really what the experts say, what the grandparents of the people spoke probably, and the community decided just to revert many editions at one time. And it shows that if we do nothing, if we don't review ourselves, then it can happen something like this, that the quality of the language will be very bad on the project, and it's bad for the culture, just to keeping the culture. And what we do, we are discussing, we are reviewing our what we write on the project. Yes, and this is focus, that we have administration that is active.
I think it was an American teenager who thought that he spoke Scottish.
Yeah.
He was pretending to speak and it was like something automatic.
First of all, yeah, thanks a lot for presentation, and I'm proud user with 8 edits on Silesian Wikipedia. So yeah, I think I know what I'm talking about. Seriously, I'm a global admin, so I sometimes help to delete some spam on Silesian Wikipedia as well.
Thank you.
So yeah, if you need some help with some technical issues and with some dealing with spam, all global admins will very likely help you. So that's good. And yeah, generally, I would just wanted to say thanks for developing project, because it's really, really important, and especially seeing how some other project, as for example, Kashubian Wikipedia, is doing much, much, much worse. And doesn't have at all any active editors almost. It's a bit sad, to be honest, to see such situation. Yeah, and I hope Wikimedia Poland, as we will support all minority languages in Poland. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the whole community. I'm one member only.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful talk. As a linguist and Slavicist and a German with Upper Silesian roots, I admire your work, and I'm really happy that you do that. I would like to ask if you, what are your sources? Are there, for example, newspapers written in Upper Silesian? Are there radio transmissions? And also, do you write just on Wikipedia, or do you also use Wikidata? For example, you could use Lingua Libre for having the texts recorded, and maybe do you upload on Commons photos with a description in your language? I think it's a great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with the project you mentioned, but yes, I'm active only on the Silesian Wikipedia. And I forgot the question. Sources, yes. It's quite similar to other projects. So, yeah, our Wikipedia is smaller, so it mostly is developed by translating content from another Wikipedia. but in Silesia-specific topics, people prefer websites. Yeah, this is what they prefer mostly, but also books and newspapers. The approach is very similar to the general rules that are on another editions.
Sources in Polish or in Silesian?
In Polish or English. In Silesian we have not much because the language is not so mature in written notation.
Okay, if you let me, I will extend the background for foreigners, because you might not have known that in last 15 years, exactly those years of Wikipedia, very much had happened with the Silesian language. I mean, now we do have Silesian language board, we have formal grammar worked out by the scientists from the Wrocław University and so on. Bad news is that, as far as I noticed, most of the Wikipedia is in Steuer, while now Szlabikosz, the other alphabet, becomes acknowledged by publishers and so on. Another news is that in last 10-15 years, hundreds of books written in Silesian language were published, and that this Silesian grammar is based on the corpora built out of those books. So I think that those two processes, Silesian Wikipedia and all this movement, were interacting somehow. And my question is, first of all, if you are going to contact some way Silesian language board, which is, it's not formally recognized by the state, but still there is the highest body now on the Silesian language. So I think it would be very important to stay in touch with them. And the question is, do you think that it would be possible one day to standardize the alphabet again, so convert from Steuer to Szlabikosz?
It's the other way around, because it was done already.
That's a good question. For sure, we want to cooperate with everyone that wants to help us. So now converting from one orthography to another one, I think it's automatically hard to do, because
it must be
reviewed. Yeah, we had this situation in 2009, and it doesn't work really good, because nobody wanted to do this. People are volunteers. They want mostly creating new content instead of doing of existing one something. So maybe we will need to, I don't know, there are many options. So one of options is to delete or move to another space the content in the old orthography. Right now we are having two orthographies parallelly. There are voices which want to have the old one. And yes, we are waiting and looking what will the future bring.
Well, there's one more thing, that Polish Parliament introduced the law which was recognizing Silesian as the local language. It was rejected by the president, but we will have new president next year, and most likely so then, which is important, there will be money, so then we can think about some project to convert Wikipedia or something.
Yeah, to add to your question about the Silesian language board. The president of the board is also Wikimedia. So hopefully, when the board is recognized as an official body, the project will arise.
Okay, I have a question. I will do first the question, but then I will give you a little context. The question is, do Wikimedia Polska support the local language project or projects? Maybe there is, I don't know, Wikisource or some other projects. And if so, it has always been like this, or and how? The context is, I am from Italian Wikipedia mainly. In Italy, we have many actually regional languages, not dialect, very separate languages, and none of them and not other projects like Wikisource and anything else is receiving basically any support from Wikimedia Italia. And I don't want to blame the association, the chapter in any way. It's just the common feeling among Italians in general through these languages. We usually call them dialects, and the brief context is this: when we 100.5 years ago unified the country, everybody wanted so much to feel Italian, so everybody just started abandoning their language. So to speak these languages is still, not in all regions, but in some, feeling like you are not educated, so you cannot speak Italian, so you speak your languages, which you did not study in school, you just learned from your parents, so it's some like low level of culture is considered still. And unfortunately, I see this reflection in the Italian chapter. They have basically no support from the chapter, and the projects are agonizing. Some of them have no contributors. Some of them have one contributor. The Italian Wikicon last year hosted a speech from the only one active Italian contributor of Lombard Wikipedia, which is a young boy that know the language but don't have the knowledge of some old man. So how is Wikimedia Polska supporting, if is supporting?
I see a lot of similarities between the situation. So we had also the language not officially recognized a long time. The Wikimedia Polska is supported us, for example, by organizing the contest for 55,000 articles. They sponsored the rewards for the winners, but we as a community never asked for any help, I think. Maybe you, Grzegorz, know something more?
As I begin, I feel really sorry that we do not actually do much for this project, but I hope this will change. Yes, we awarded the awards for 55,000 articles, and before Wikimania, we started to thinking about something else.
I'm too young.
And hopefully after Wikimania, after the changes in Polish law, our help will be more structured and will do good things for this project because it deserves.
Thank you.
Just to put clear, the answer is Wikimedia Polska is some supporting.
Yeah, but not much.
But not much, but not because they don't have the will to not support.
No.
Just because
We don't ask. I think this is the reason.
It will in some way.
I think yes. We will see.
Yeah, and we always said as a former member of the board of Wikimedia Polska that we always wanted to help as long as the community has some ideas. There was always a will to help. So it's not like you said that Wikimedia Italia doesn't want to do. We always wanted to do, but the community is small.
Actually, just to clarify, I don't want to say that Wikimedia Italia don't want to.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They are very, very, very not interested, and since the communities are extremely small, they are also not asking, and so nothing happens.
Okay, I just wanted to comment the thing as a proud supporter for Silesian Wikipedia from the moment that the idea was there. Although I'm not a Silesian myself, but I can understand the language, no problem. And I'm trying to help as much as possible. So you can say you have a Silesian steward in the movement. So yeah, that's me. That's me. I'm a part in my mom in this Silesian. But by the way, if you need any technical things, bots, technical things, come to me. I will really help. I'm watching it daily. What's going on Silesian Wiki? It's on my daily checklist. So we'll find some resources for that if you need something. Just ping me wherever you need, and we will help.
Thank you.
And I have some ideas also what we can do, what's possible, but we have to start talking, and that's it. Yeah.
We should talk. Yeah.
There is one danger because. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to comment that we just ran out of time for this session, so. You are kindly invited to continue the conversation on the hallway if you want to. This is your lesson.
we start? Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us today. And I welcome you all to this room, which is not significantly advertised in terms of programmings. But yeah, thanks for hearing out and be with us. Okay, so this session is about the Map Up Rise Up, which was the theme for the WikiWomen Camp 2023. And today we will be talking about the, oh, I have a prompter. Yeah, okay, it's working. Okay, so we are here, and that's me, Chinmay Mishra. That's my username. And that's my colleague, Mana Pritkar. Okay, so today, going through this session, we will be talking about what is the background of this WikiWomen initiatives, what are the key outcomes from 2023 WikiWomen Camp, which has happened in October in India, what are the declarations, the pioneering declarations that we came from the WikiWomen Camp 2023, and the upcoming engagement plan that we are working on. What are the suggestions that we received in the WikiWomen Summit, which just happened 3 days back on the first day of Wikimania, with more than 90 numbers of women participants in the room. And also we will be focusing on what are the next steps that we are going to take. Just to give you all of you a brief background, this WikiWomen Camp initiative started back in the year 2012. The first WikiWomen camp that happened in the Argentina, by the Wikimedia Argentina. And the second iteration of WikiWomen Camp later then happened back in 2017 in Mexico. And after a gap of 7 long years, the third iteration happened in 2023 in India. All these iterations focused on how we can be working together in terms of gender equity, gender representation, and the balance in the movement. Talking about the highlights, so coming to the theme part, why we had chosen this Map Up and Rise Up theme. The goal of the conference was to map up what are the existing gaps and challenges we have in terms of leadership, in terms of contribution, in terms of leadership, in terms of visibility. So mapping up all those challenges and rising up with the solutions. That's why we choose this. It is very simple to understand, explain, and relate to by most of the Wikimedians. That's why that was the theme. Also, to working together in a collaborative way where we can move towards the shared goal. That was one of the more key challenges we have. Talking about the context, when women participate less in this knowledge creation process like WikiWomen or the simple content creation process, writing articles, when we see that women are not writing about what are the challenges we face, we are not contributing to the projects where we should be. When men, I don't discriminate there is a difference of understanding, but it is a natural thing that there is a difference of instinct, different of narration. And when men contribute to those factors, the narrative becomes a little bit different, a little bit distracted from what it should be. Okay, coming to the inclusivity part. Why it was important for all of us to create that safe space for everyone. If any one of you were there in the WikiWomen Summit room, you must have seen that in all the sessions we are keeping on repeating that this is a safe space where you can stand, you can ask questions, you can share your suggestions, all those things. Because we know that when we have a safe space around, because we cannot just make you feel that safe by telling you that, okay, feel safe here. That sense of safety should be felt by you. And if we are trying to achieve that, we need your support in that too. We know that there are a lot of existing policies which are actively running and working in the movement like Universal Code of Conduct, the friendly space policies, even the conferences like Wikimania. We have our own customized code of conduct for these conferences. What should we do? What the best practices we should follow? All these things are meant to make this a very safe, inclusive, and collaborative space. And the WikiWomen camp was also thematically aligned towards that. Coming to the impact part, we have also considered for the first time, in fact, any international conference model, we introduced this cohort structure. For the whole 3 days of the conference, there was 2 different cohorts which people participated in. One was strategy cohort and the another one was the capacity building cohort. So the strategy cohort was only purely related to the building the strategies and implementation of strategies in over the decades, like how 20 years of journey has impacted in terms of research, in terms of progressing in a hub, in terms of preparing any engagement plan. All this conversation started with the strategy cohort. While in the other room, in the capacity building cohort, people were teaching, sharing, or asking new questions regarding the skill building, how we can ask this problem, where we can where we can post our challenges, where we can ask for supports. So that was impactful because none of the participants felt that this session is not related to me. I'm not able to relate to this thing because they were given preference that you can choose your comfort factor. And that kind of held and made it memorable for all the participants. It is always said that if you're doing or working on something that keeps you really care about, you don't need to be pushed. You don't have to feel pressurized. The vision itself pulls you towards the goal, be it a shared or an individual goal. And that's how we had also started rejuvenating this movement of WikiWomen. And with all the efforts from the wonderful women, all the wonderful men who worked behind the conference supporting, rejuvenating this initiative was really wonderful. And the impact could be visibly seen that the participants, 93 participants from 33 different countries joined us in the conference. And we had well-known partners from our educational institutions, from corporate backgrounds, from renowned corporate offices like Google, which kind of rewaved our energy for a different collaboration too. Talking about the key outcomes of the camp. So, as I mentioned, for the first time, we introduced the strategy cohort and the capacity cohort like structures for the programming part to keep people engaged and so that they feel that they are contributing to something which is they are having interest towards. And that kind of helped build the engagement plan that we will be working for next 2 years from the date we have published it. And each year's Wikimania and WikiWomen Summit will be our checkpoint that what we have achieved in last 1 year and what should be our focus area for next 1 year. Accordingly, we had also we have also proposed an engagement plan where everybody is requested to join us and we will be working together. Also, the key outcomes that came from the conference was the declarations. We proposed 6 declarations to be open for the global conversations where everybody can go through the information and read those. We will also be sharing those links to everyone. Also, the collaboration started with the WikiWomen Summit 2024 team, which just happened 3 days back here in the occasion of Wikimania 2024. So it's an 8 long months journey that came into the fruit here only. So thank you everyone for participating. The next outcome is the WikiWomen Star Care Network. For the people in the room, I would just like to introduce that the WikiWomen Star is used for people irrespective of their gender identity. It's not only the WikiWomen, but any person who identifies them as women. The star represents the umbrella structure of gender identity. It's not only limited to the WikiWomen only. What is the purpose of this care network? We somehow felt that, oh, our care network person just landed up in the room in the perfect time. Camellia. Okay, so she is the one who introduced this concept of care network to all of us. Welcome, Camellia. So this care network talks about providing a safe platform for everyone, every Wikimedian who contributes to any Wikimedia projects in terms of their physical safety, mental safety, and if they are facing any kind of discomfort, any kind of harassment. So this network is aimed with the peer support to help those Wikimedians in their time of difficulties. Also, the WikiWomen Star Steering Committee that we are trying to form as soon as we can with all of your support, because that will be the driving force for the next WikiWomen initiative in all the regions in a global platform. All the invitations for this WikiWomen Star Steering Committee can be found on Meta. And if you are interested to join, if you want to sign up, you can go to the Meta pages and sign up. Okay, just to have a quick highlight on what we achieved in the first outcome, that is strategy cohort of 2023 WikiWomen Camp, I would request the production team just to play it. Thank you. Here is a short video.
Historically, we've not felt very supported, or even systemically. There are things that are not being done. We probably have a wiki system in place that doesn't allow for the flexibilities that women might need, that doesn't enable the creation of a support system for those who just need a little extra oomph, those who need you to go upstream for them so that they can contribute, so that their contribution on Wiki can be an enjoyable experience. Can that happen? Will that happen? Like I said, I'm still learning. I'm still learning.
We need more research, we need documentation, and we need to centralize what all the different projects in all the different languages are doing concerning gender gap. So we need to centralize and also to regionalize, because there are language issues. There are many people and projects I know in Africa, they don't master English, and it's making a divide throughout the movement.
A lot of our projects have been based on the research that has been done. And that's why we realized that it is important that we keep on mapping the current status. That's the main theme of the strategy cohort this time. There are 3 sections. We're talking about research primarily, and the past and future expectations. We are speaking about creating a steering committee or a hub maybe. But yeah, a unit which is focused on providing support to women, and also we're going to consider gender equity as a priority area. And all those people who have been instrumental in shaping our projects are actually aware of the relevant needs that we have and are able to provide us with the relevant data, so that we are actually able to move beyond the current projects and able to design something new.
I am in the strategy cohort, and we have had intense discussions about strategy forming, but specifically catered to gender gap and women. How can we bring in more women to our movement? How can we empower women in ways whereby they feel comfortable to be editors, to be contributors, and be a part of this movement?
I need someone to have a framework that I could just take and do something that I need to do. We experience different types of challenges as women on Wiki, and the hub conversation is about understanding, mapping what those issues are, what those challenges are, and how do women and non-binary folk in the movement currently receive that support? Are there avenues and structures that currently provide that support, and where's the gap?
So this was one insight, what we achieved in the strategy cohort in those 3 days. So for a little bit of background for 5 seconds, I'm an engineer by profession. And in corporate, we always say that we believe in data. if there is no data, we don't have any model, we don't have any engineering behind that. So in my experience of volunteering, what I have seen, that this data, the movement has, the people that contribute, the people that brings it on, it cannot match to any system generated data that we can have in entire world. And one of the major thing that we did throughout the camp, before the camp, even we are right now currently working on, is to maintain all the track record of research that has happened over the decades. All those information are well documented on Meta. You can go to the WWC 2023 pages and see those. Okay, we will be moving to the WWC declarations. Okay, so the first declaration says the creation of a working group or a task force for gender equity prioritization. We know that we have different gender leaders in the movement belonging from different backgrounds, different cultures, with their cultural awareness, which probably we will be having take years to understand. So what we need to do as a first priority is the creation of a task force. If some women star from any region is in need, we should be the force behind, okay, don't worry, we have your back. You have our support. So that's the first declaration that talks about it. The second declaration comes the development of policies for a balanced representation. Throughout these years, over the decades in the movement, in terms of projects, in terms of representation, we have been underrepresented in some way. Be it in numbers, be it in data, we have been. So what we can do, like the policy level modifications to change this. This was the second recommendation. The third one talks about the mandate for the grantees to include WikiWomen star members in their team. We also know data and history also proves that women are better in terms of managing funds. Okay. Okay, anyway, that's not the background of this declaration. It is to, as Job said in the video, it is to give those extra oomph to the people, those who want to come into the front, but they are a little bit shy or maybe a little bit behind. So we can provide them that extra push. The fourth declaration that comes is the establishment of a support structure for contributors. We know that the WMF takes care of contributors, takes care of grantees. They provide their SOPs for different activities, including grant activities, project activities. But still, there is no established support structure yet, which can be directly accessed or directly connected to them, to the peers that can help them at the time of need. The fourth declaration talks about that establishment of support structure for all the contributors, not only just limited to Women Star, but for all. Development of guidelines and support for the sustainable resources. As we stated that we had started documenting the guidelines, support, also the support structures, and the research data that has provided over the years. So we are targeting to achieve this in next 1 year. Commitment to the global coordination. This states to the WikiWomen collective that we had just recently published on Meta, and we introduced that to all of you during the WikiWomen Summit. All these 6 declarations with their descriptions can be found on Meta and in our diff post also. We request you to go through those. The next one talks about the statement of inclusion. This was another outcome that was a boosting force behind conducting the conference and the initiative in a very structured way, in a very respectful way, was the statement of inclusion. How addressing the inequalities, intersectionalities in our movement in terms of representation, in terms of culture, in terms of networking, communication, and most importantly, the safe space principles. How we need to be respectful for each other's pronouns, each other's cultural backgrounds, each other's equality. Also, we have to make sure that all the resources that we are using throughout this process are accessible to everyone, so that they also feel that we belong to this space. We can avail all these resources. Okay, the statement of inclusion is also available on Meta. You can go and visit that. Talking about the engagement plan, why this was needed. Engagement is not only in terms of communication or networking, but also in terms of our work, in terms of our intent, in terms of our progress, in terms of our journeys. We need that level of engagement with each other, which redefines the representation of women star in the Wikimedia projects, which raises the awareness and consciousness about the gender gap, make the gender gap leaders, those who are working in that regions, visible in a global movement, and start to move towards the gender equality mode. When we started thinking about that, we actually thought of preparing a 2-year engagement plan, where, as I said, the WikiWomen Summit each year in the Wikimania will be our checkpoint, that what we have achieved in the last 1 year, how far we have gone, and what could be the necessary changes, what are the challenges that we have faced in our journeys, or what is the extra step that we can overcome to achieve that last mile issue. The objective of this engagement plan is to establish a transparent, inclusive, and clear structure explained within the movement. Also, the care network, as I mentioned, it talks about the extensive cares for mental and emotional harassment discussed at the sideline of WikiWomen camp strategy cohort. Okay, can you please play this video? Thank you. This is a glimpse from the WikiWomen camp 2023.
Wikipedia becoming a better place. And you joining us will help to achieve it, because the more women and minorities there are, the more collective power we have. I can see that already the gap is closing slowly but surely. And I read some research that you need to have a certain number of non-male participants in any online project for the project to become less toxic to the newcomers. And I think we are close to achieving that. So I hope that WikiWomen Camp will help us to realize what we need to do to make the projects more inclusive and more safe.
I'm a woman, and for me this is part of how we achieve equity in the world. If we're not reflected on Wikipedia, on Wikimedia projects, we're not in the public record, and we belong in the public record. We've been here all along. We deserve to be captured on the projects. So to me, it doesn't feel like a sub-part of our vision. It's baked into our vision. It's what we're achieving together. It's not just a women's issue, it's a Wiki issue. Our collective vision, I hope, for gender equality on the Wikimedia projects is that women and non-binary individuals contribute at the same rate as men, read at the same rate as men, and see themselves reflected in Wikimedia projects. I think everything that we're talking about here at WikiWomen Camp is how we get there. How do we collaborate across sectors, across languages, with all the genders to advance equity on the projects.
It's so important that there are people around that show you that it's possible to be here, that it can be a safe place, that it can be a place where you can grow and aspire and dream in the ways that you want to. You know, you have a place here, and we're ready to welcome you, and we are a growing bunch of people here that want to see you shine, and so come. Wiki loves women.
As we always repeat, as we always say, like, alone we can go fast, but we need to go together to go far. And that's why we welcome you all to our next steps. And what we got from this WikiWomen Summit 2023, 24, let's talk about some of the key suggestions that we have received. Having an extensive day of discussion and ideation around the improvements, the first thing that we came across as a priority is to celebrate the work of women star in the movement throughout the year, not only just in the month of March. Because we don't work harder in the month of March, right? We work throughout the year. Okay, so the first priority of strategy that comes to the front in the discussion is to celebrate this work in different phases, initiated with some different campaigns and projects around the work of women. One of these examples can be found on Meta, which is the Wiki Loves Women campaign. This was the third iteration, Masana, right? Yes. So this started back in the year 2021, 22, 23, and we have accomplished so much of this under these campaigns. So anyone can come forward with their initiative or project ideas that they want to lead in their regions, and the team behind will definitely try to collaborate or support them in each of their work. And this is not related to Asian Month, Women History Month, or the month of March, but throughout the year. You can suggest anything. Another priority that came across is to create a safe space for everyone to join, including the male members, from their wisdom and from their point of views. Because as we always say that you cannot or you should not see one flower from one lens at the same time. You have to look from the different visions, different lenses to see the best picture of that flower. So flower is just a placeholder that I took for the example. Okay, so having that safe space for inclusion of everyone, including the male members who are actually working with us over the years, who have been in support for us in different spaces where we have already needed. Yes. Sorry, I lost my thought. Okay, so this was the second priority. Coming to the learning and mentoring program part, we have seen that some of the extensive, talented individuals who were in the room, but they lack of mentorship in their improvement or to continue their journey, where they feel that they are not being supported enough. So what are the challenges they are facing, and what support can be provided to them in terms of mentorship and learning in improving their capacities? That came to a program. So it's basically like a guided project which will help them to improve their skills and their project ideas and overall improvement in the movement. Also, the modification of notability criteria in different regional wikis, specifically related to the women star biographies. I don't know if any of you were there in the morning session, or maybe the session just before, which Laila was taking on the gender research, and I was just looking at the statistics. I took a picture as well, because this is a strong reference. Yes. So the recent study that they have found out, we have the causal evidence of the de-orphanized leads of sustainability significant and persistent increase in the number related to women biographies, which is less than 10% of women, article related to men. Okay, I'll just give a background of what are these orphan articles is. When we write something or some article in Wikipedia and there is no link to it, it is nowhere linked, then we call it as an orphan article. And that happens majorly when there is a biography-related article to women or women star. And what is the technical relevance of this side is, if your page is orphan, there is a 99% chance that nobody will ever find that on internet, because there is no curated route to get that to that article. So why that kind of guidance or that level of, because it's a very simple thing. You can just simply put on a category or simply put on a hyperlink to like anything that you have added as a text. But people miss that. So you add value, you add content, but it is not available on internet, or it is hardly visible on internet because it is orphan. And that statistical difference is more than 10% in terms of the article gap between male biographies and women biographies. So all these small things that we can try to fill in these gaps. Yeah, and why this notability criteria? I still remember that example when somebody was sharing that they wrote an article about some queer scientist in their home wiki, and their home wiki admins asked them about questions like how this person is notable, why this person should be articularized in a Wikimedia project. But when they wrote that same article in the English Wikimedia, it became very popular. The admins praised that, thank you for writing this article. We need such kind of content. So why there is a gap of understanding that notability criteria should be redefined, like giving hand in hand with the trends and giving hand in hand towards the quality of content. Also, another priority that came across from the outcome of Wikiwomen Summit 2023 is to extending peer support to the Wikimedia contribution in the rural areas, where people doesn't have much of the access to internet, much access to the available online resources, how they can be supported, maybe through micro grants, through any regular support that can be provided to increase their encouragement. Also, the last one talks about the documentation and strategies around validation of the oral resources. We sometimes get the visual documentation or the oral documentation, somebody introducing themselves in their own voice. Hi, my name is so-and-so, I am a scientist from this region. But we don't have any kind of Wikimedia policy to validate that this is an authentic source that can be used as a Wikimedia project resource. So we need documentation around those validation. Okay, looking at the timer, okay. We will move to a small role play exercise where you will be divided into a group of 3 or 4 in terms of your capacity of the chair. Okay, in terms of your group. Okay, the role play talks about the voices of unheard, where one person from the group will be playing the role of a wiki warrior and rest will be the silent contributors. Okay? Up to you, I think. Yes, we can rearrange. Yes, we can rearrange. I can also join a group. Okay, what this activity is about, the wiki warrior is a person who has the expertise or who has the enthusiasm. The person is fully capable in terms of skill, in terms of understanding the policies, in terms of enthusiasm in encouraging other contributors. And the rest of the silent contributors in the group are the newcomers or mostly the contributors that are active, but, like me. Okay. Okay. So, what are the talking points for the group? There are 3 questions. Here you have to, talk about, it's the responsibility of the wiki warrior in the group to talk to rest 3 or 4 people in the group that what way you can support and amplify the voice of underrepresented groups, basically in terms of gender. That's the first question. I'll keep these questions open on the screen so that you'll not have to look for the prompts again and again. But yeah, respecting time, I think we need to compromise a little bit. I'll make it 10 minutes. And the second question talks about what strategies can be implemented to ensure that Wikimedians or the WikiWomen Wikimedians, they just not limit themselves after these events are over. And the third question that talks about what innovative approaches can be made or explored to expand this engagement of WikiWomen Star in the Wikimedia projects. These 3 questions you have to take into discussion. This is the responsibility of the wiki warrior. Now you have to decide who will be the warrior in the group. Okay, we'll start and you will have 10 minutes for this. And the time starts in 5 seconds. So reshuffle please yourself. Yes, please. Sorry? What will be the? Maybe you can just explore your charm around being the warrior, because you are supposed to be the skillful person. No. Not everyone can choose to be a silent person. If everyone choose to be a silent contributor, then I will choose to be the only wiki warrior, and you all have to contribute. So decide. Okay, shall we open this as an open discussion for 10 minutes? That will be helpful? If everybody thinks that they are silent warriors, silent contributors. Okay, but some people are enthusiastic about it. Okay. I can have that. I think I hired it.
We've only got 2, so... Okay, you stay there.
Okay, we will be making this 10 minutes as an open discussion. If you have any idea around these questions, any input in these questions, just raise your hand and Masana will be passing you the mic. Yeah.
I can be like this.
Yeah.
Are these prompts clear? Any further explanation needed? Any difficult question you find out here among these three?
There's someone who wants to say something here? No, actually you didn't.
Okay. Sorry.
They're doing the exercise.
Okay, so then, yes, then I can say something.
Yeah.
Then, yes, okay, sorry, I was like, where? Yeah. Sorry. So I am Marifer Veloz. I am from Mexico. And thinking about the first question, the first thing that came to mind is in Mexico we have a group that it's called Nosotras Escribimos Wikipedia, which is we write Wikipedia, but Spanish has a female we. So it's like this female we write Wikipedia. And we get together every month and we edit together for like 4 hours or something. So it's a very simple thing we do. It's just over Zoom. Everyone who edits Wikipedia is invited, of course, women plus. Or
Can you
women
please
star.
repeat the name of the Wikimedia project you just mentioned?
So it's called Nosotras Escribimos Wikipedia, which is us, like we write Wikipedia, but the female we that exists in Spanish. And it just like helps a lot because it's once a month, and most of us are like, we edit Wikipedia frequently, so when it's the end of the month and we have this session, it really helps to have someone who has faced the same problems we are facing, or someone who can understand your frustrations, like, oh, I wrote this article and it was deleted, or it was marked for deletion, or it was like this and that. And that really helps like to support these underrepresented groups, which can be like female or non-binary or whatever. So that was one of the things that really came to my mind as a support way and as a way to amplify things, because sometimes a friend is like, oh, I wrote it. It happened last month's session. One of our friends wrote the biography of an indigenous scientist, and it was immediately marked as non-relevant because it was like, oh no, her research is not important enough. It's like, but she's also an activist on like indigenous scientists, and it's not, and like we all started like writing in the discussion page, and one of the things that I wrote to the editor was like, the fact that her research is not Nobel Prize research doesn't mean that it's not important, or it doesn't mean that she's not relevant. So things like that, it really help us like to cooperate and to like know that you're not alone editing. So yeah, it was kind of what came to mind.
I just have a follow-up question. Have you seen any significant improvement with that initiative? Would you like to share that?
So you're asking if we have seen any significant improvement. We have, in terms of like the articles that are marked for deletion or as not relevant, since we can like more people can comment on them, especially like these kind of articles that are marked for deletion. If if it's an article I did and I am the only one saying this is a relevant article, most likely will be deleted. But if we are 3 or 4 people saying like this is a relevant article because A, B, C, and D, then the article stays. And yeah.
So you helped that keeping that article live. Keeping that article alive, yes. Not being deleted.
Yeah, and one of the things that Camilla was mentioning during the WikiWomen Summit, that a lot of articles are deleted, and maybe we need to put a lot of effort in having them there. So yeah.
How is about we have these questions?
No, because.
Sorry, can we see follow-up questions for the one example? 1, 2, 3, and then you see a related one. Is it a related, but like it's not a direct follow-up question? Oh, okay. We'll ask the follow-up question. Is that okay?
Because it's related to what you said, that people come and discuss, but the way is seeing this thing is like a campaign. It seems like doing a campaign in order to defend these articles, and is bad thing, and sometimes it's worse. So how do you organize this kind of, do you have a kind of argument to put on the articles, the AFD?
Actually, similar one. In our community, it would be interpreted as like puppetry or something like this. And we are so afraid of getting in touch with each other. In order to defend, we are always alone. We cannot ask for help. How do you deal with this?
Okay, yes, when you do such a group, what happens after 2 or 4 years is that the adversaries say you are organizing yourself in a push-pushing way, and this is not correct, and it can lead to blockage, like Camelia was blocked, because she was trying to do what was done at Les 100 Pages. We have maintenance session every Thursday where we review the articles, and if there's an article up for deletion, we are notified, and she tried to have the WikiDonor project notified, and then adversaries came. But from my experience, and I have been severely harassed on the French Wikipedia for doing that, and especially for being engaged to work for Les 100 Pages, the experience that I have is that the adversity is here. It's not because you put your head underneath a plant or in the ground that it will disappear. It will even grow stronger. So we are in a period where we do get adversity. What is important is that we support each other, that we know about the different strategies that work. I will remind what Samuel Delany said in 1970. He was the only Afro-American science fiction writer to have the Hugo Prize, and a journalist came to him and said, how does it feel to be an Afro-descendant in an all-white environment? And he said, oh, well, for the moment, I am the only one. We are underneath 5%. When we reach 30%, then it will become challenging. And this is where it gets challenging. You have to, from my experience, WikiDonor experience, and project experience, when you start being successful, you will be attacked, and you have to be prepared for that and prepare your arguments and go and see Wikimedia, WikiDonor, Les 100 Pages, Women in Red to see what are the effective strategies. For the moment, for me, the effective strategies was to rely on the foundation support and on the affiliates support. Even if on Wikipedia they say, oh, we don't care about it, still some of them do care. Some of them will be afraid and think you are a powerful person, even if it's not true, and that is what matters at the end of the day.
True.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we are aware of these kind of things, and it's not that we all gang up to save one article. It's just a safe space, as you've been saying in the WikiWomen Summit, just to share our frustrations, and then if among us there's someone who can defend that article, then maybe we jump in. Like, for example, I'm a scientist myself, so I feel comfortable defending articles about scientists because I know how to do it. Whereas I don't feel comfortable defending articles about politicians because it's just not my area of expertise, and I will maybe just go and say some things that will be more prejudicial to the article than benefit. So and among the group, there are people with different levels of expertise and more or less experience in Wikipedia. So that's how we try to support each other to avoid this kind of like blockades and not to gang up all in an article. Sometimes no one goes to defend your article, but the fact that you have someone to talk to and that understands how you feel by being like harassed in the Wikipedia. We also have like some editors when we do these female editathons, that there are like editors that are literally just seeing which articles we're posting just to mark them immediately for deletion. And it's just like, it's very frustrating that this kind of things happen. But yeah, we try just like to remain there and be strong together. Yeah.
Okay, with respect to the time that we have been allocated, if I... Oh, yes. No, I'm not banishing the question out. So she can. I'm just taking that we have enough response towards the 1 and 2, so we'll take Lucy's and then we will move to the last question, okay? Lucy.
So just listening to the examples, it made me think that perhaps a strategy for the future is to address notability guidelines, but to have intersectionality more at the forefront of them. So when you're thinking about how notable a person is, saying, the context that they're coming from needs to be part of how the criteria is met. And to do that, all of us would need to get more involved in more of these discussions, but we would need to do it and it would be more successful, I imagine, in some Wikipedia contexts than others. But I do think more of a focus on intersectionality with notability could be really, really helpful to make more women more visible.
And following on that, can I ask you, because I know you're very good with technical part, can you do a list of 10 articles that are related to intersectionality that we should translate in all our languages, so that when we start the conversation, we already have them on Wikipedia pages? I need that. I cannot start. I know what you're saying, but if I don't have the list, I don't know where to start.
That's a great idea, actually. Yeah. Yes. Can we move to the last question? Do we have any response to the last question? Okay, perfect. I like it. Okay, so we have used this time. We have our reflections with us. Okay. Going to the next part. This is the last part as we were supposed to cover. So announcing the Celebrate WikiWomen thing, the WikiWomen collective. What this collective talks about. What is this collective is about? When we started preparing for the next steps, we opened this conversation of WikiWomen collective in the movement. All these proposals are also available on Meta. You can go and visit what are the proposed activities, including the regular calls proposals, including the regular meetups that you referred to. Also the regular project ideas around the WikiWomen initiative. This collective will be not only restricted, this is not restricted to the people who will be associated with. This is open for everyone to join. There is no gender identity description associated to this. This is, the WikiWomen Star collective, no? Yes. Okay. I'll redefine this.
No. Just wanted to clarify. You mentioned there is no gender restriction on this. There is, because this is open only for women, only for anyone who identifies as women. So there is a restriction.
Okay. We are also going to do the regional outreach, what we have achieved so far, and how we can extend this message to the regional groups regarding the steering committee, regarding the collective, regarding our engagement plan and the declaration. We are working on it, and Masana from Wikimedia Foundation is also working on preparing the template with Manar. we will be starting that conversation also soon, and we probably will be reaching out to all of you with that process. Also, implementing the focused project ideas, which was one of the key outcomes that we saw in the WikiWomen Summit outcome actually. The first thing that we have received is we have to do focused projects throughout the year, not only just in March. So this is one of the key outcomes and the next step that we are going to focus on. Also, these are the things that we welcome with us. Just to make you familiar with these faces, this is the core organizing team of the WikiWomen Camp 2023. So you see there are males in the groups also. We are not discriminating. No. Wisdom. Yes. Okay. So, one of the biggest, amused, and happiest announcement that we had this year is the next WikiWomen Summit will be at Wikimania 2025, which will be happening in Kenya, Nairobi. And we also have the persons who will be in charge of the next WikiWomen Summit, Terry and Winnie. Unfortunately, we don't have them in the room, but that's a happy news for all of us. So you know where the next milestone or the next checkpoint is. It is in Nairobi. As I always say, you can ask people to trust them or themselves or you itself, but that sense of belonging should be coming like spontaneously. As we always see that diversity is a fact, but equity is a choice. Inclusion is an action, but the sense of belonging is the successful outcome. And we want to achieve that with all your support, not just by the group or not just by the COT. So we welcome you all to support us with this initiative, and you can ask your questions, drop your suggestions with all these platforms. And anyway, we are available. My name is Chinu, Manav, Masana. You can reach out to any person if you want to have any one-to-one conversation, and we will be happy to address that.
Chinmay, can I steal last minute?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just wanted to share with all of you, as Chinu has, I think, very rightly pointed out. There is a WikiWomen collective for which the nominations are live right now. We already have nominations, so please consider joining the WikiWomen collective. We want as many diverse voices as possible. And also that there is a Telegram group for WikiWomen. So basically not every group talks about WikiWomen. We do have gender gap, but there's everyone in that group who focuses on gender gap, but we have a specific WikiWomen collective focused Telegram group. If you want to join the group, you can find us and we'll help you join so that we can stay in touch. And if you are not willing to join the WikiWomen collective, there is a support group that we are members of. This support group is supporting conversations in the regions about the declaration, about the engagement plan, about the WikiWomen collective, so that there is awareness and everyone can make an informed decision about whether or not they want to be a part of it. So these are three options. Everything is on Meta. We will share all the updates and a summary of this conversation and summit once we are back in our homes. But yes, you are all requested. The last date for WikiWomen collective nomination is August 30, I believe, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. As we always hear from our parents, when you carry your own water, you value each drop of those. Yes. So now we are carrying our own water and we all know the value of it. With this, I thank you all. Thank you for being with us.
So we are too confident there are no questions. We are amazing.
No, I have already prompted the pointers to ask questions. Me, you, Masana.
So there are no questions because everyone is a silent contributor. But if there are any questions that you want to silently slide,
that's fine. I would
slide those questions to us privately.
I would just express my gratitude to all the Wookiee warriors in the room. Thank you, everyone. Please don't hesitate to ask questions. Yes.
questions, but
Chile.
okay.
Chile.
Oh dear. Cool. But
Hello? Ah, finally. I don't know if I need it, actually. Yes. I do? Okay. All right, it's the last day of Wikimania, and actually I thought I'd be happy if even one person joins this session. So I really appreciate seeing you here. And I thought, since this is the last day and you're probably as tired as I am, maybe let's make it less formal. That's why I wanted us to sit a little bit closer. And in this session, I'm asking a lot of questions, and to many of them, I don't have an answer, but I would love to hear your points of view, your opinions, and I really count on some, maybe not skill sharing, but exchange of views on skill sharing. And this is my attempt at camouflage. Is it a skill that we can use in Wikimedia? I don't know. And I have Jacek here with me from Wikimedia Poland. Jacek is our fundraiser. And today he will support me because I thought, on a day like this, I really need to motivate you to to be active. So we brought a whole bag of goodies. Wikimedia Poland swag, like this, fantastic bottle with filter, and something else. Okay, so you will be receiving these if you are active during the session. Such a simple way to get your attention. Bribery. Oh. Yeah.
The limit is very...
We'll see if it works. Right? How many bags can you get? Right? Okay, optimizing skill sharing in the Wikimedia movement, strategies for affiliates. I thought that this session would be useful for people who are within the organizations called affiliates, but if you are not formally in an affiliate organization, that's okay, because I think some things that we'll mention here are quite universal. Just to introduce myself, I'm ED of Wikimedia Poland since November 2022, and this is also the beginning of my adventure with Wikimedia in general, so I'm not like a long-standing Wikimedian. I do have some editions, less than 50. And my specialty is the history of Polish punk rock, so a very niche niche topic. But I've been a manager for 17 years. I've been managing projects, teams, organizations, and I've been a knowledge manager for several years. I've worked in all of the sectors, almost, NGOs, business, including startups, which was fun. And the public sector. Previously, before I came to Wikimedia, I've been working for the central bank for 7 years. I have a degree in linguistics, management, finance, and banking. And now I'm here with you. How did this happen? Okay, so what is my role? I want to tell you how I see my role in Wikimedia, in Wikimedia Poland as well, because this is where the topic stems from. I have this very strict rule that I never talk about things that I haven't seen, experienced, tried, or witnessed. So I am in favor of the so-called servant leadership, and as an ED, I prefer to stand behind my people, not in front, and to support them and make their work easier, because it is them who support the community. So I don't support the community directly, I support people who support the community. And, a presentation without motivation and slogan would be so empty. I'm joking, of course. The role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. And that is why I wanted to talk about skill sharing, because we all need some skills, right? And managers can greatly help in that. So what is the goal of every organization? Like if you were to say like the most universal goal ever, the most simple way, like take the essence of organizations, of how they work. What is their goal? The most general one.
Maximize shareholder value.
Maximize shareholder value. Okay, in the case of Wikimedia Poland, for example, we are an association. We don't have shareholders, but we have stakeholders, like members of the association. So, in a way, yes. Something even more general maybe comes to your mind? Development. Yeah, of course. Anything else? What? Growing. Okay, and if we take even 2 steps back, something even more simple. Yeah. Reach their goal. Yeah. That can Camila. Making impact. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not it. Well, that's what they teach you at management studies. Basically, that the main purpose of every organization is to last over time, and I exclude exceptions like bringing into life a company just to close it because of tax reasons. I'm talking about a healthy environment in which organizations can grow. The simplest way to put it is the organization wants to last over time. We do want our affiliates to last over time. Actually, I want Wikimedia Poland to last, even if Wikimedia movement stops to exist. Hopefully not. And that's my starting point of thinking about what does my affiliate need to last, to do that. And skills are one of the major issues in that. So to make my own work easier and to put this very general but also responsible task of lasting into smaller parts, I divide it into periods. And Wikimedia Polska, and I know that some other chapters as well, have their strategies. Currently, we are in the middle of our 3-year strategy that will end with the end of the next year. But we also have annual plans, meaning that the 3-year strategy is divided into 3 parts, after which we evaluate, we check if we are at the right point. And annual plans are divided into quarters. We have our quarterly goals, and at the end of each quarter, we meet together as a team and we check, are we there? Are we closer to realizing the annual plan? Are we absolutely sure that the goals that you chose for this year are making it easier? Maybe there's something that changed in our environment, in the circumstances, and we should think of different goals. So this is how we make our work easier, by getting chunks of information, of the strategy, and trying to last, right? And this is also the starting point for assessing what kind of skills do we need, and that also changes over time. So what is a skill? Have you ever seen one? How does it look like? What sound does it make? or what is not a skill? Maybe that's easier. How would you put it? I mean, there's no one definition, and this is a judgment-free zone, and you know, we can have many definitions. What do you understand when you hear a skill?
Okay, skill. When I
can do something, for example, and I don't feel bad with it because I can surfing, but surfing is not my best skill. I like it, but I can fail it. But skill when I feel more confident with doing something.
Okay.
Ways to solve problems, I guess.
Yeah, skills can greatly help in solving problems, true. Problem-solving skills. You probably heard this phrase. Something else comes to your mind? When was the last time that you acquired a certain skill? What was that? Do you remember? You have a need, you said? Or a need, right? A certain need, of course. Yes, it may come from your assessment of the situation that you need a certain skill to do something. Using Wikipedia, of course, the English one, skill is the learned ability to act with determined results, with good execution, often with a given amount of time, energy, or both. To make it even more simple, to me, skill is knowledge that you can use in practice. As I said, you can have different definitions, but this acting thing, I think, is very specific when we talk about skills. This is something that you've learned, not just found out passively, but you can actually use it in real life. And in case of our affiliates, that can be, for example, anything comes to your mind? Yes?
A skill to evaluate your work and learn from your work.
Fantastic. We will actually get to evaluation because it's a skill composed of other skills, but very important one when we think of our organizations and their lasting in time. But how do you actually assess which skills are needed for your affiliate to last? Do you have such conversations in your organizations? Do you yourselves, for example, even when you think about your professional development, the world is full of online courses, e-learning possibilities, manuals, postgraduate studies, MAs, BAs. I mean, there's so much to learn. How do we choose? Where do we put our effort and time, especially in our work in Wikimedia? What do you use? Because I'm probably you too, but I'm getting a lot of, for example, ads when I'm scrolling Facebook or LinkedIn or Instagram or any other media, asking for my time. Here's a super interesting course on marketing, let's say. How do you choose from this variety, from so many options? And our time is limited, right? How do you do that, guys?
I think relying on other people's experiences of a network, having conversations to try and understand the best approach, the best set of skills to help, for us is helpful. And also staying around long enough to try, fail, and learn again.
Yes, asking friends, asking peers or your coworkers. Sure, great idea. I do that too. Failing is a very important part of learning. We will talk about that too. And actually, some people say that you learn more from failing than succeeding. I wonder if that's your experience as well, but I will ask about it. Anyone else wants to share? How do you assess which skills do you need for your work in an affiliate? Yola, how do you know? What do you need to learn?
When I'm doing something and I feel that I can do it better, or I think it should be done, but I can do this. So this is the point when I'm starting about how to support my knowledge and skills, understanding in this way. And yeah, this is the point when I see that I can do this and it should be done, unfortunately, by me. And of course, I'm acquiring skills for fun also. Yeah, like surfing. It's not skill. Still, after years.
Is it fun?
But it's still fun.
Hard.
So you can do something and not having a skill, just for fun. So yeah, this is the point when I miss something in doing my job, or no, at home not. Okay.
So do I hear well that there's a bit of frustration related to that? When you get frustrated, that you see a certain barrier and then it motivates you?
No, just developing myself, I think.
Okay.
Frustrating, of course, is part of the process sometimes, but sometimes it's just feeling that it could be fun, because I still think that having skills is so much fun.
Fun is an important aspect of learning.
At the end, because during the process it could be some challenging times to have, not only fun during the process to acquiring skills.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see, for example, the motivation to learn a new skill. It needs to be like personal motivation at first, at least. Then as you progress, you will find troubles in your like everyday life or work or whatever, Wikimedia, and you will either try to overcome the problems or walk around, see who has those skills that can share, maybe fix it if it's urgent by themselves, or share it because learning is definitely better option, like in order to have more people who can handle a situation that is problematic than to just rely on one person with a skill which anything can happen and they can leave. You are still, you're lacking that asset that was there on a hand reach.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that as well. I had a lot of such situations in Wikimedia during my onboarding. Yeah, exactly. After 1 month of work, I was asked to come up with a 3-year strategy. That was a very skill learning in fast-paced environment. But yes, everything that you both mentioned here, the need, the fun factor, that is sometimes better, but not always. Like I don't especially remember fun factor when learning how to use Microsoft Excel, but maybe I missed some point. But the topic of motivation is a very deep one. And perhaps some of you are familiar with psychometric research, where we are trying to assess what really motivates people. And there's one particular method of research that I know that is made by Hogan assessments. And it's kind of a test called MVPI, which assesses your deepest motivation, the one that you are not even aware of usually. And it's very helpful for people. For example, if you're stuck in your career and you don't know why, or you feel like you're in a bad place, like you do the work, but you feel like this is not actually where you're supposed to be, then doing such test is very helpful because it can show you that you are motivated by something completely else than you thought. And Hogan assessment is probably one of the most famous psychometric research companies. And MVPI is a very unique product of theirs.
If you write Google MVPI, you will find it at first.
Yes.
Yeah, only comment.
So in my case, for example, doing this assessment on myself was pretty revealing. I was working in the finance sector, but MVPI told me that I'm actually motivated more by altruism and I don't want to say saving the world, but NGO-like kind of activities. That was something that perhaps for years I didn't want to admit. But this also provided me with the awareness that helped me choose which skills should I develop. Which skills do I need to have a fulfilling career, to simply be happy at what I'm doing. And we have to take this into consideration when we are working with people, when we are choosing which skills to develop for a team. So as a manager, I always have a challenge, whatever I do, because there are three dimensions of my decisions. And when it comes to deciding which skills to develop for my team, I am dealing with time, always, because that time is limited. The time that people can use for skill sharing has to be matched with the time they need to do the job, actually. And it has to fit into their schedule, their calendar. I'm dealing with resources. Like, I don't have unlimited budget. Some skills need specific trainings, and I have to take this into consideration. And then there's another factor that is super important when managing anything, people, organizations, everything that is human. That's the human factor. And that's something you cannot learn in management school. That's something that they don't tell you. You can only learn it by observing people, being with them, working alongside, and learning, and sometimes failing. And everything that is human is probably the hardest thing to assess when deciding on the skills. So what is it that is human, right? Emotions. Some of you, when talking about skills, you mentioned about some emotions. Personality, right? Some of us are asked to do personality tests at work. Some of us do it themselves to understand how do we work, how do we function in certain environments, preferences, and specific needs and situations. When I have people from different generations, for example, in my team, I have to think of a skill sharing process that will include their different needs, not only their schedules, but also their capacity, their needs for, I don't know, taking breaks or a specific type or method of learning, and everything else that you can imagine. And there's no good way to assess that. You just have to know your team, observe them, learn them. It's not pretty easy for most of us. Like, I'm not naturally empathetic, for example. I need some time to understand how people work. I need feedback from them. I don't see them immediately. That's not a skill that a manager has immediately. And every person is absolutely different. But somehow you have to make this decision. Because if you want your affiliate to develop, you have to invest in skill development, in skill sharing. So just to add and to give you some case study, as Wikimedia Poland, we decided to use one of the psychometric tools, a very basic one, just to start with something and to make people familiar with that kind of tools. And we decided to use Clifton Strengths talent assessment. Has any of you ever tried that? What's your experience?
It's extensive, and it produces a lot of output, and it requires a lot of effort to understand.
True, and as a certified psychometric research consultant, I can say that this is probably the most simple of the tools that are there in the market. But it's true. So how it works, you fill a survey, which is, yes, it is lengthy, true. It takes some time to do that. And then you get results. You get a list of the so-called talents, which are basically features of your work environment personality. And those talents are divided into 4 sections. Skills, we can use skills or features that are related to executive functions, which means those that make you actually do things, not just talk about them. Influencing, right? That is an important skill at work. If you want other people to cooperate with you or do something that you think is right, you need to influence them. Relationship building, every possible skill that helps you maintain, build, create long-lasting relationships with the people around you, because you cannot do any work by yourself if you want to be effective in the long term. And strategic thinking, meaning your ability to extrapolate, for example, to think about the future, to make good decisions about what you invest your and your team's time in. So we asked our team and our board to do the assessment, and then we looked at our common results, like put together, and we've discovered that we are fantastic thinkers. Out of 10 talents, in my case, 5 were thinking. But there was hardly anyone having executive functions. And then we realized, oh, okay, that is why... That is why we spend so much time during our meetings generating countless ideas, and we look at ourselves like, wow, we're so creative. But then maybe 5% of them are actually being executed, or otherwise we plan to do them and then we feel overwhelmed. But that's a very simplified way of explaining how it works, of course, because then we had to take it further, and thankfully we have a person in our team that is Violeta Matuszek, and she's our education and development manager, and she was able to incorporate parts of what we found out into our group processes, like team building, meetings, integration, so that we get to know better what are our talents and how they cooperate together. How can we use them, actually? So this is one of the tools that we used to better assess what kind of skill sharing do we need to do, and what actually helps us in that skill sharing. If we are all thinkers and intellectuals, because intellect was probably one of the, intellect and learner were the top 2 most common features in our team and board, then for me as a manager, this is a sign, okay, I have to, if I want to attract your attention, I need to give you something that will stimulate you intellectually. I don't know, guys, there's this interesting research and report, and look at the numbers, look at the results, look at the recommendations. It's amazing. So this was just the beginning, and we are trying to figure out how to go further with that. We've experimented for a year so far with Clifton Strengths, and we are thinking of doing another, a bit more deepened assessment. So how do we learn new skills? How does this process occur? What it entails? And my question for you, can you recall a moment when you felt like, okay, I'm learning something, I mastered this skill? What was it? And do you remember your emotions, your feelings during the process?
Waiting.
Gadgets are waiting. Product.
I'm not an organizer, yes, so about self-motivation. So maybe some simple example about learning 40 languages, yeah, including Japanese, Chinese, Arabic.
You've learned 40 languages?
No, I'm learning.
Oh, you're learning, okay.
No, it's a process, you know. So I decided to learn poems in such languages, rhyming poems.
I know.
Yeah, but it was a big challenge. So the challenging tasks can motivate, you know. So you think it's impossible. But then you think, look, okay, there are some polyglots that speaks in more than 10 languages, yeah, including such difficult for us, Chinese and Arabic, for example. So why not? It's challenge, some experiment. I will try. And when you try, you see that it's very difficult. But no, I will try further, yeah? And when you see on some of the languages results, you see, oh, it's possible. Let's go further. I begins with 10 languages. Then I think, okay, 10, maybe 25 is a very nice number. Okay, 25. Next, okay, how many
Not
years?
just nice, amazing.
Yeah, how much years I have? Okay, maybe let's have similar number to years I have, yeah? And I will have a motivation. So when I will when I will be more older, I will add to these languages, yeah? So maybe I will multiply by twice and so on. So, but, you know, you can wait when somebody will give you a challenge in games, for example, but you create by own game in play with this game, and you can win internally without asking somebody about opinion about that.
You can win internally. I like that.
You know, the most important opinion about myself, it's myself's opinion, I think.
I think you could do a motivational speech for the closing ceremony. Well, thank you very much. Right. You will get a gadget too. That was very inspiring. And how do I know that you know those poems? Because, guys, I was lucky to hear Włodek speak to me in poems in 16 languages during. Oh, okay. So we have to meet again. Okay, so this process is complex, and maybe you observe the trends within the HR realm. There are fashions like everywhere. So 10 years ago, people would say, check your motivation, as we said. Motivation is key. Understand your people's motivation. And now the new trend says motivation is overrated. It counts only at the beginning when you start to learn something. But then you can only be systematic. You have to be persistent, maybe even resilient in a way. But don't count on motivation all the time, because it swifts, it shifts. It's like tides. Okay, a very basic skill, right, is writing on a keyboard. We all know how to do that somehow, but there was a point in our lives when we had no idea how to do that. Do you remember that? How we learned? Do you have any memory of how you started? What helped you? A manual? Really? Wow.
Actually, I do have a memory while learning to how to write on a keyboard, and it's actually a funny memory because plenty of us would not be able to remember that old times. But in Poland, we had some communicator, and I don't know, late 90s or maybe early 2000s. It was called in Polish gadu gadu, and when I
remember,
when I was using it, it actually helped me to improve my keyboard skills, like improve a lot, not only a little bit.
Okay, so you just needed a keyboard to communicate. Yep. You didn't want to just learn to type. Yeah, that's a very good motivation, and you just learn by doing, not even realizing probably that you're getting faster and faster. Włodek?
I am also, we can say, have some experience from my childhood with computers. I have a pleasure to work with Commodore 64, and before it was Spectrum computer, and they had other keyboards than now this QWERTY keyboard, yeah. But my motivation there in that time was to recreate the code that can show something. So I have with computer some book, instructions, and examples of the code, and they show what is the results of the executing this code. And I was interested. Okay, it's nice to see on my screen, especially that in book you have black and white, printing. I have colored monitors. Oh, I wanted to. Oh, in what color this picture must be, or what? How this animation will look like. So therefore, I tried to copy, from book. There went scanners at that time. Spectrum, Commodore 64. It was on this. How it's tapes, yeah. You load programs from tape, not from disks. And motivation was to interesting in how it will work.
Yeah. So curiosity about the outcome. Well, that's a skill very needed in Wikimedia, for sure. So we have a proof already that we can learn things that we need for our affiliates to last. And, how do we learn is a huge question. And actually, skill sharing is not only one of the things that we can do to learn. Because I'm sure there are skills that some of you learned absolutely individually without the group process. But here we are talking about skill sharing, and that's something that pops up every now and then in Wikimedia movement. There's learning clinic. There are Zoom meetings on every possible topic that is related. And there are so many of them that at a certain point I realized I could do just that. If I want to make my schedule out of the possible learning opportunities that Wikimedia offers, I could basically do it the whole day and even night, probably because of the differences in the time zone. But still, we have to choose somehow. And is every skill sharing actually lead to learning? So just to inspire you a little, hoping that your motivation is also intellectual as mine, there's some research and some publications that talk about this. And one of the most influential for me is a book from 2016, Great Myths of Education and Learning. And there you will find 16 myths about how people learn. And the author took the effort to investigate the body of knowledge in every discipline he describes and to check if most of the research confirms that myth or not. So, for example, according to what he found, PowerPoint presentations have absolutely no influence on how much knowledge you acquire, but they make the presenter look more professional, and that makes you feel like you're witnessing something valuable. So you are a little bit more motivated to study, to learn, than if there was no presentation. That's what most research says. But what is on the slides has very little effect on what stays in your mind afterwards. Another publication that I think is very worth going into. It's not very long, but it also sums up the latest research in neuroscience. It's a report made by a network of European museum organizations called NEMO. Perhaps some of you encountered that name. Emotions and Learning in Museums. So many museums have educational mission. Like, I worked for some time in Money Museum, and our goal was to provide economic education, and we wanted people to leave the place understanding better the history, the value of money, and how it actually works. So we are more aware as citizens, and we can make more informed decisions about our finances. But how to do that? You don't just you don't just simply put texts on the walls, right? You have to create an environment in which people want to learn. And this report clearly states that this environment has to include the emotional surrounding, the emotions that are that come to existence when we learn. And actually, emotions are called in the report as transmitters of knowledge, which is actually very simple if you think about it. Think about your school times. When there was a teacher who was nice, charismatic, we were a little bit more interested in the topic, even if it was not our specialization. When the learning was dull, we were not that eager to learn that, right? Especially when choosing, for example, topics for the final exams. I chose to have my final exams, for example, in Latin language, which is not my passion, but I love the teacher, and I felt that, like, with her, I can do something interesting. It was not one of the most useful skills back then. So emotions and the ability to create the right emotions, and for each of us, these emotions would be different. Some people are more stimulated by nice things. Other people need something stronger, some stronger experience to become aware of certain aspects. So emotions are absolutely crucial when you think of designing an environment in your affiliate that stimulates skill sharing and learning. And you have to realize that this will also come with new emotions from those who learn. Another question, are skills shareable? Are they really shareable? How do we share exactly? And is knowledge sharing and skills sharing the same? Because I suppose the first one is a little bit more passive. And when you are just watching a Zoom presentation, you are absorbing information. But does that translate immediately into skills if you don't try it? So how do we share skills in the Wikimedia movement? What is your experience? Have you participated in a meeting where you felt that there is real skill sharing?
Hi, I'm Julia. I work for the foundation. I host a peer-to-peer call on fundraising skills. Jacek is a member of it.
I know.
And we meet once a quarter, and we normally decide the quarter before what we want to discuss. And then everyone brings what works for them, what doesn't, their questions they have. Sometimes everyone's like, yeah, that really doesn't work. And that's fine too. CRMs. Always a topic. So.
Oh yeah, we talk about it a lot too.
Yes. So it's a learning from each other, from other affiliates, but also sometimes realizing that no one has a solution, but it was good to talk about it.
Yeah, that's a great example. Creating space where you can share what you think is useful and not, and it's never a wasted time. As you said, if it doesn't work, then at least we know what doesn't work, right? That already helps us tick something off from the list. Any other situation that you've participated in, maybe informal, where you felt like there was skill sharing?
Emmanuel, we have in my community, the community of Côte d'Ivoire, we have some training moments, but the one I want to share now, we observe that the program manager have specific need in terms of soft skill. So we bought some book. We divided the book by chapter. And each program manager have to read a chapter, and we once per month we come together in the office, in the headquarters, and we discuss about the understanding of everyone about the book, and we try to plan a sort of exercise that we are going to implement in the project. The project manager is running, and there's a very fantastic way to learn and develop new skill in terms of soft skill, because the program manager are able to edit, to add content on Wikipedia, but in terms of leading a group, in terms of motivating people, this become very, 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 very hard. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the example because it seems like it was a really collaborative work, and you were analyzing things together, so we could compare your perspectives. Definitely worth a gadget. Thank you. Okay, for those who joined later, I'm just giving this disclaimer that I don't have ready-made answers. I want to talk to you. I want to discuss things. Okay, so now I want to tell you about a couple of case studies from Wikimedia Poland, because as I said, I never speak about things that I have not witnessed. So the first case study is project management and agile workflow skill. So when I joined the team, I asked people what is the skill that they feel that they miss the most, that they like the most, and what would make their work actually easier, or maybe there's something they started but don't feel like really mastered the skill. And using Asana, the software tool, was one of them. All of us had it downloaded, but the variety of ways of using it actually hampered internal team cooperation. So we all had it, but we didn't know how to make best use of it. And since, as I told you, as a manager, I have to take into account time and resources, I thought, okay, probably there's better software, but we are paying a subscription for this one, so why not just use it to the fullest and just check what are the functions that we haven't explored so far. And maybe if we level the knowledge within the team, then maybe we will see that it's really useful. So we decided to plan skill sharing, and we checked which employee has the biggest knowledge on how to use Asana, who has mastered it the most. And it turned out that there is one person who is super fluent in using it and actually knows what to do. So we asked that person to be an internal trainer, and we helped that person to imagine, and we came up with a methodology of how to share that skill with others. And we divided that let's say, group exercise into 3 quarters. So for each quarter, members of the team had a task to go through a learning scheme provided by the person who mastered the skill. After each quarter, they could do a self-assessment, and then in the next quarter, they could take that skill a little bit further. And the skills that they acquired for the first 2 quarters were obligatory. Like this went as a top-down process where the management says, these are the skills that I really need you to have. But the 3rd quarter is for fun. These are some extras, some super tricks that you can use, but you don't have to. That's up to you. But surprisingly, everyone wanted to learn that as well. So in that way, once again, we divided that process into smaller chunks so that it's easier for people to digest it. And once we did that, we added those learning resources to the manual for onboarding for every new person in the team. So they can follow the same step-by-step process. So the resources that we used were actually, it was the existing knowledge. I didn't have to employ another person. I didn't have to pay to an external trainer or expert. I just used the knowledge that there was. And we created an environment where people could share. And during team meetings, weekly team meetings, we could discuss how fluent we are, or do we understand the same topic in a very same way? But then we started doing projects together, and it was quite visible who mastered the skill, who needs a little bit more time to do that. I wouldn't say that everyone is on the same level right now, but still we try to use it as a default tool, especially in processes, in projects that are repeatable, right? So we have project templates that prove to be useful. And Jacek, for example, uses one of these templates when organizing photo contests. And the template is an effect of several years of working on the project, and it enables several people in the team to find synergies when working on that. So that is one example that we found useful. The second case study refers to what one of you mentioned, the evaluation process. Because if we are to last as an organization and to realize the strategy, the annual plan, then we have to evaluate somehow our work, and we have to know where we are as individual employees and as a team. So evaluation of our work, both self-assessment and external assessment, is very important. But it also enables all of us to learn how to give and receive feedback. Giving and receiving feedback is something I believe we learn the whole professional life. It's very difficult. Let's be honest. Giving feedback to a person so that they really understand what they are good at or what they need to improve requires a lot of empathy. And managers tend to fail at that every now and then. Why? Because every person is different. There are people, for example, who feel uncomfortable when complimented. And as a young manager, I thought that if I compliment everyone, then everyone will be happy and everyone will like me. But there are people who feel uneasy because they think, is it true? Is she really honest? So perhaps that's not always the best way to give feedback and to motivate someone to either sustain a skill or develop a new one. On the other hand, giving negative feedback has to be constructive. What does it mean, constructive? We are all learned that it should be constructive, but in reality, there are those very popular methods, like first you say a nice thing, then you say the critique, and then a nice thing again, the sandwich method. It doesn't work, right? The research proved that it doesn't work because people only remember the middle part. So I believe this is an exercise. This is a skill that we keep developing all the time, because it is both about others as same as about us, and we learn how we function in a feedback situation. But still, we have to do that, because if we don't evaluate, if we don't give each other feedback, we cannot develop. If I don't know if I'm giving my team the right support, I cannot be a manager, an effective manager, and my organization again will not last long. So I had this crazy idea. That was something that I always dreamed of when working in other places. Why not create an employee evaluation system actually together with employees? Like, why not ask employees how they want to be evaluated, come up with a proposition, and do a consulting process that everyone agrees upon? And this is what we tried to do. Like, I had some previous experience, so I proposed 9 fields of evaluation and a certain method to do that. And then we brainstormed. I mean, everyone had access to the proposition, and people could give their comments. Like, I don't understand this, for example. I don't understand that. Please clarify this. Are you sure this is a good idea? I would propose something else. And in the end, before we decided that it's an official evaluation scheme, we asked everyone in the team, do you agree to be evaluated like that? I still don't know if it's the best way, but we had to come up with something. And the fact that everyone agreed in the end was something I think that also was an kind of integration exercise. So first was consultation, then implementation, and then improvement, which is like ongoing. Like each quarter, I think of new ways to get, especially to get feedback and to learn how to give feedback, both in terms of the form, the method, the tools that we use, even software. And like this year, for example, I introduced surveys about well-being, where I'm asking people, do you feel supported enough by your manager? Here's a scale and tell me, how do you think, how would you assess your work-life balance? Sometimes it's very difficult to read the results. But again, when I'm thinking, what would happen if I didn't know about it? Then I'm more scared than reading it. And it also goes both ways, right? People learn that feedback is a natural thing. It's not that obvious within organizations. I don't think it's also that obvious within affiliates. So that's a skill that we learn together. And it goes with all sorts of emotions. That's pretty obvious. But an important thing is to focus in the end on the solution, for example, to come up together with a plan. And when it comes to skill sharing, actually, a plan of how you are going to use a certain skill, in my opinion, is crucial, because you can learn anything. But if you don't use it, is it really a skill? Did you really need it? Did you waste your time? And time is a super valuable currency in our work, because some of us are not just employees of an affiliate, but also Wikimedians. We want to do things during work, after work, edit, for example. So it's a very important decision. So when it comes to the process with coming up with the scheme, I would say iteration is the right word, because we keep figuring out how to do it better. Oh, sorry, that's... and the third case study, I think very contemporary, very time situated, is how to use AI in office work. We're still figuring it out, but it was obvious at a certain point that we all have to learn that if we want to survive in the long term. And I'm not talking about this kind of fear that machines are going to take our work. Actually, I would love them to, because then I can do other things that are valuable. But as we noticed that there is so much tools to choose from, we thought we could try. And maybe that will make our work easier, faster, so we are more efficient, so we can do more things together. And development at work, for me, is constantly looking for ways to make your work easier, because that also saves your time and resources. So we tried with several tools, but the ones that seem to be most effective for the team are ChatGPT, the professional version, if I may add, Miro software that we were using anyway, but Miro added a beta version of their AI assistant, and some of us decided to sign in for the trial period and to try. And Fireflies, brought by Jolanta, as an idea that she got from one of the trainings that she participated in. And we keep experimenting with those tools, and that also goes with some frustration sometimes, like people coming back and saying, oh, I tried ChatGPT to do this and that, but the results were horrible or very generic. So sometimes we talk about how we prompt. We try to guess which, for example, trainings would be useful for us. We found Udemy, if you know the website, quite useful for the beginning. And now we are negotiating with another big AI training platform to give us a certain discount for NGOs, so that the whole team and the board can go further into the topic. But successfully, most of the team learned to use some parts, some features of those tools in their daily work. And it really makes life easier. Like Fireflies, for example, is a software that helps you make notes during meetings, and you know that Wikimedia meetings can take long and discussions can be very lively. And afterwards, Fireflies give you a full transcription, action points, but also summary. And if you get a very professional version, there are some extra features. It can even tell you about the mood in which certain parts of the conversation were held. And then after each week, you get a weekly summary, you can get a monthly summary. Of course, it takes time to master it. And you have to be very careful when switching between languages, because if you put English and you have a meeting in Polish, oh my God, that's fun. That's a very entertaining script. But still, that's something we can try, and we keep experimenting. And there's no other way to get that skill. By experimenting, by failing, and the frustration when you get, okay, this is not the result that I wanted, is something that we can use as a motivation to develop that skill. Okay, but there are others who can. Where can we find knowledge about how to do it better? So we keep adding another layers of that skill with time. So yeah, the process is just continuous experimenting, where we also exchange views and ideas, and one person says, okay, but I did manage to use it actually successfully. I can show you how I prompted this and that. So yeah, a couple of lessons learned before we end this session, and some are quite obvious after the case studies, I suppose. Yeah, so skill sharing should be followed by skill usage plan, because otherwise, if you don't use the skill, it will not be effective, and it will mean that some of the resources might have been wasted, even though, of course, there are some unexpected skills that you might use in the future. But if you decide to go for that as a whole team, then this decision needs to have consequences. The second thing, yeah, that was something that was mentioned in the case studies. Is sometimes a combination of bottom-up demand, like employees or the team or the community saying we need a certain tool, we need a certain skill, is very helpful. But then someone at the top of the organization has to make the decision. Okay, for example, we pay for the subscription of this and that. And that was the case in our community with DeepL, the translator, translation software, that it was the community members that said, okay, we want to experiment with it. It might be useful. So we decided to buy the subscription, and then employees started to use it as well. And that's something that proved to be very, very useful. But someone has to decide, do we want to have this as a cost? And this is also true for the reverse process, if managed with care, of course. So sometimes it's the manager who decides, I want you guys to learn this skill. I want you to use this tool. If you don't want to, I want you to try, because as a team, we need to be consistent. But in any case, empowering teams and including in decision-making is always beneficial. Even if it goes from top to the bottom, evaluating it, talking about it, how do you like it, do you understand how it works, what can we do more to share skills of using it between each other, is very important. this is my very personal vision, that managers are people who only accompany the team in the learning process. We can try to teach people, we can do something for them, but we have to accompany them. And what does it mean? It means that if we observe that a person gets frustrated in the process of learning because it's difficult, we have to figure out how to support them, how to make them go over this frustration point. Because we know that if we compete that stage, then afterwards is a great satisfaction. And I think the greatest satisfaction comes when we feel that we got over an obstacle. So this is a hard learned skill. I was trying hard, it was difficult, I had a moment of crisis, but I've managed to figure out how to do that. And as a manager, I can say, for example, okay, I see you're frustrated, leave it for 2 weeks. Just leave it, stop learning, and then go back and see if now, for example, your knowledge is more, your knowledge is different, your approach is different. Maybe you were not in a good moment in your life, you were frustrated with other things, you never know. So my role here is to support that person. Okay, I see you're trying, I see it's difficult, I want you to learn this skill, but I don't want you to kill yourself in the process. And also we have to create environments where these skills can be used. Because it's also very frustrating if we put a lot of effort into learning something and our environment doesn't encourage us to use it. But of course, sometimes we might come to the decision when we think, okay, this skill is not useful for us anymore. The world has changed, the environment has changed. And this also has to be consulted, in my opinion, with others. And it happens all the time. Do you remember a skill that you've mastered, that you've learned, and you're not using it anymore? Creating music. Oh, that's something you've, yeah, okay. But has it become obsolete for you because you changed, you chose a different professional path?
I increase my skills, a lot of skills, but when it's come to reality, you need to find your profession, and you must be good at this profession. You need to focus on different aspects of this profession. So, but life is long, so I can, as riding a bicycle. So if you know how to ride a bicycle, you can, how would say, return to this sport very fast.
True. Yeah, so some of the skills become obsolete because of your choices, of your life or work choices, but some become obsolete because the world changes. And this is like the moment that we are living in now, the AI era, is a perfect time for skill assessment. Right, because there are things that AI is beginning to do for us faster.
I can add here some interesting moment. I think AI, translators, and so on. Maybe for now it is not necessary to learn languages, but scientific researchers prove that learning languages, especially very non-easy one, yes, create new paths in our brains, so we can see, solve the problems in different ways. It's some kind of training of the brain, so it will produce more ideas, interesting ideas, some innovations. So you never know.
That's a great example, actually, because yes, having all those translation tools right now, we could think that learning languages is obsolete. I feel great frustration as a linguist because until now, I could say, "Hey guys, I know Zulu," and okay, anyone can know Zulu if they go to Google Translate or DeepL. But yeah, that was a skill that when we acquired it, something else happened for us. So maybe that's a moment to figure out what else can help us get this kind of development. That's a great example. The thing that we said many times today, learning comes with emotions, all sorts of emotions. There's satisfaction when you learn something. There's frustration when you see a barrier. And usually learning is like a process of ups and downs. And managers and teammates and peers, community members, anyone you can share your emotions with can help you deal with that. And as a manager, you can create an environment in which people have space for sharing that those emotions. You had a great case study for that. The process of skill sharing has plenty of beneficial side effects, actually, and this is my favorite part of that. What kind of side effects, in a negative or positive, of course, sense, can you think of when you're thinking about skill sharing? Team building.
Connections between people in the team and building trust that we can help each other. So I think this is the most obvious side effects. And
true. Sharing requires having at least one person other than you to share. For that's definitely can be integrating.
Natalia, you mentioned before an example on teacher on Latin language, yeah? Inspiring teacher. I also had a teacher in my school in English. He was demanding too. He was very demanding. Very, and we were as pupils was scared, so we need to, because there was two groups. In one he was, and other group was very light teacher, so everybody want to go there, but they cannot because you need to have this part of but whatever. What I wanted to say, there is also some kind of long distance skill sharing effect. When I remember his motivation, his inspirations, now providing lessons at the university, I remember his, power, and I try to also be such powered as this teacher. But at moment when I teach English, learn English, it was also only I wanted to pass, these exams, we can say. But now I understand that this example in my life wasn't only a learning, was not only about teaching, learning the language, So it's long distance skill sharing. Even if that person don't skilled enough in that moment after some courses, but later it can evolve.
Yes, that's true. Skills are weird creatures. Sometimes they seem completely unuseful, and then after several years you realize that you were actually using it, or you need it now. So yes, these things can happen, and these are also, of course, one of the side effects. So as I said at the beginning, I don't have every answer. That's a topic to explore probably eternally within our professional lives. But just being aware of the skills that we want to acquire in our very limited time, maybe more beneficial than we think, actually. That's all from me. I will gladly ask your questions if you have any, but maybe you just want to share something about the skill sharing. I'm still here for 8 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So, good thing about these side effects is that usually whatever we learn, it will stay somewhere at the back of the head. And when you need it, sometimes you don't even recognize that the problem you are around or within, you do not recognize that you already have a problem-solving skill for that. But then when, let's say, it triggers, it will show you that you already have the idea. You just need to, for example, exchange opinions with others, or for example, your close, let's say, colleagues or friends will recognize that you are already skilled about solving something, and like relight the light bulb that is at the back of your head. So it is actually good. I think that we don't forget things. We just tend to like keep it deeper in our memory because we make room for some new skills to arrive. So that is a brilliant thing about human brain. That's also what I believe in, definitely. It happened to me once that I was invited for a recruitment interview, and people told me that they only invited me because they couldn't believe there's a person who speaks fluent Swahili, and they just wanted to hear it. But in the end, it turned out that we actually like each other and that we can cooperate, even though that was not obvious from my CV. But that's an anecdote. But yes, skills are weird creatures, once again. Guys, I want you to help yourself because there are more gadgets that are left, and this is the last day. We don't want to take it back to Warsaw. So just feel free when you're leaving to take something from this bag. You can share it with your people, whoever they are, as well. Any other questions?
I have a question. So Antoine Sroun, Wikimedia France, board member. I have a question because all the skill sharing you talked about and definition of what skills are needed and how skills can become, irrelevant for a person and then change, because in board we sometimes, I learned how to take notes effectively as a secretary, but now I'm not secretary anymore, so I'm just like, oh, this skill. So in Wikimedia Polska, has the board got into that kind of skill sharing? I mean, are they aware of this? And
we have a board member here. Julia, maybe we want to answer.
Thanks, just briefly. Yes, we are aware, also just being here. I hope it confirms this. But also, like Natalia shared, it's a process also. It's like, you shared that it's of coming back and returning and something. But we also have, we want to acquire new skills also and make sure that it's in the team. That's also knowing that there's potential of rotation in the team. So we're trying to get there. I don't think we're perfect yet, and that's the best thing of it. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So one aspect is that, yes, teams, boards rotate. So one of a good ways to keep the knowledge is to codify it. Like we added certain things to the manual for newcomers for onboarding. So adding that to the onboarding process and codifying that process actually can be beneficial. One peculiar thing about acquiring new skills is that sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So external assessment like the Gallup, for example, the Clifton Strengths can be helpful because it can at least give you a hint of where you should look at. You can use the external coach as well, but whatever the tools you have, you can also simply ask for feedback. The people you work with, which is again, as we said, it can be hard. Because none of us is like naturally prepared to hear criticism, for example, and not everyone is prepared to give feedback in a constructive way. But still, I haven't found a better tool than conversation in assessing how you are perceived. But that also, of course, requires building a certain environment and something we call organizational culture, where people are not afraid to give feedback, even to their superiors. And that's something also that we are building in Wikimedia Poland, I believe, on a regular basis, and that's very helpful. And I come, like in my previous job, I was in an extremely hierarchical environment in the central bank. There's not even one single conversation between any staff that reminds feedback even from a distance. So being in an environment like this where I can share honestly with the board, with my team, with the community, how I feel about certain things, what I need, is very relieving. Let's say, but that it takes time. It takes time, and it takes also some maturity when giving and receiving feedback. A natural emotional reaction, like a trigger, is to either defend yourself, attack that person, but you. And sometimes simple sentences are treated as an attack. But there's another whole theory that we could spend an hour on about what people say and what people hear. Right? That there's the theory of 4 kinds of ears. So you never know what is going to be felt personal, but there's no other way than trying and exercising, even if it's hard. Anything else?
And thank you for your presentation. And it is not question. And I had this session, and I feel that using not only Wikimedia movement but any other organization managing processes, and it is very useful for me and other members, and we return to my organization and share these processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely glad to hear that. Okay, we have 30 seconds. Please help yourself with the swag in the bag when you're leaving. Feel free, because as I said, we don't want to take it back. This is all for you. Yeah, of course we can put it to the room 6, but you are like early birds subscribers, so you have a unique opportunity to get this swag. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.